Howdy, folks. Welcome back to Genshin Impact. Uh, let's see, what do we have going on today? I think we've got some quests to do. Let me see here. Yeah, I've got another story quest that I want to try out. Like I said, um, I don't know if I will continue to do these if they are just plain fetch quests with a little bit of story. Uh, I wish I could, if I could do the story parts and skip the fetching part, I certainly would love to. But we'll see. Um, this is only the second one I've tried to do, so we'll see if that works out. Otherwise, I will continue on to, uh, I guess, the Archon, the main plot line. Head back to Inazuma and see what I have to do to leave the island. Other than that,
If you ever want to trade tack,
uh, I believe I want to do this at some point today. I've got 10 to roll for. Again, I'm saving up for, I guess, whatever comes after Dea, which I guess is within a few weeks or something. I don't know.
always ready.
Other than that, I believe Amber is still 10 levels behind, but I got Xiangling and Beidou. Barbara is still very far behind, but I only really use her for healing.
If you ever want to trade tack,
So I guess I'm just going to get started here. Where do I need to go for this? Supposed to be on the map. Okay. Up there. And we'll see what this is like. Hopefully it's entertaining.
Hey, look over there! She's all by herself, right? Because she's acting as if she's talking and laughing with somebody else. Paimon's creeped out.
Alright. I had an imaginary friend too when I was a kid.
What? You mean you used to act like that too?
Apparently.
So is this an invisible friend who hangs out with you sometimes? Or do they just exist in your imagination?
No, these are both the same answer again. So imaginary means in your imagination.
Imaginary. Imagination. Oh, you must mean imagined friend, right? Why didn't you just say so? So, this imaginary friend of yours, when does Paimon get to meet them?
We don't hang out anymore.
Seriously? So, imaginary friends just disappear when you grow up?
Tragically, yes.
Oh, Paimon was looking forward to meeting yours. Hey, don't suppose your brother has an imaginary friend too?
Probably, but sure they do. Also, the girl is gone.
No way! You guys are so lucky! Because they have this game in Liyue. Have you heard of it? It's a 4-player game, but it seems you guys could play it with just the 2 of you.
oh, traveler, fancy meeting you here.
Tone-deaf bard. What are you doing here?
I'm here because Lisa has been making some exciting new contraptions.
Why does the thought of Lisa's contraptions make Paimon so nervous?
Come now, that's no way to speak about the elegant Miss Lisa. For this particular contraption, Lisa had to import some dangerous materials from Sumeru.
Dangerous?
Okay, apparently he's showing it to us. Monocle equipped with some sort of detector.
That's right. Looks like a monocle, but actually it's called an Ernama detector. Sadly, Lisa isn't able to use it herself, so I'm borrowing it for a while. And also, I'm testing it out for her, to see if it actually works.
Huh? Why can't Lisa use it?
Perhaps it's because she lacks a certain childlike sense of wonder. Or maybe there's some other reason for it. If you want to know for sure, just ask her yourself sometime.
So, you can see them? Go on, tell us. What does his imaginary friend look like?
That would be telling. Anyway, it's all yours now, Traveler. Take a look. See if you can see Nora's imaginary friend.
Do you see him? Do you see him?
Yeah, seems like they're best friends.
So it does work for you two.
Paimon wants to see? Wait, but this gizmo isn't in Paimon's size. Alright then, you'll just have to be Paimon's eyes on the ground. Let's go see what everyone's imaginary friends look like.
Sure.
Flora from the flower shop always seems kinda floaty-headed. You know, Paimon bets she has an imaginary friend.
But she might not be here this time of day. We'll find out, though. If nothing else, we will switch to daytime. Just down here and around the corner, Sino is sitting at the playing card thing. Oh,
Wind blooms.
I guess you are here.
Dandelions, of course.
There it is! Behold, a floaty imaginary friend for floaty-headed Flora! A bloaty floaty!
Wait, imaginary friends can be plants now?
Hi, Traveler. Hi, Bard.
Hi, Flora. Can I ask a question?
Sure. How can I help?
Who's your friend?
Oh, you mean Mr. Floaty? Most people can't see him. Mr. Floaty is my bestest friend. We grew up together.
No fair. Paimon hates feeling left out.
Flora, why exactly are you friends with a bloaty floaty?
What's wrong with it? I always wanted to be friends with a plant who could fly.
Friends with a flying plant? Why?
Because then when it's windy, you and your friend can fly off into the sky together. You gotta admit that's pretty cool.
Isn't that called being blown away?
That's what some people like to call it. I only found out this plant existed from an explorer who told me stories of his adventures. I think his name was Stanley.
I mean, I've heard of him. I don't actually know him. So, not somebody I know.
Stanley's an adventurer, and you can tell he's an expert at it from the stories he tells. The amazing adventures of Stanley are super famous in Mondstadt. He's in the city at the moment. You should go ask him to tell you some of his stories.
That sounds like a fun idea for next time. But right now we have other things to attend to.
I mean,
Flora's a pretty mysterious kid.
Which child shall we interrogate next?
interrogate, huh?
Paimon's thinking. Oh, how about that little guy on the bridge?
Sure. I mean, I know of Stanley. I think this person... Oh, that is Stanley. Okay. But I know this Stanley has mentioned himself And I think, like, over here at the tavern, like, somebody else mentioned Stanley. But I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to him at some point and see if it's more than just, you know, a time or two mention. Time to chase all the pigeons away, because there's nothing I can do about it. Oh,
No way!
Well, that is unexpected.
Timmy's imaginary friend is a ruin guard?
I've heard of guardian angels, but come on. I mean, he also, you know, apparently is the champion of the card playing game, so, you know, I don't see it that far off.
Paimon's freaking out right now. That thing is sure to attack us.
What say you we postpone our conversation with Timmy for the time being?
It's time to say the line.
Huh? Paimon has a favorite line?
Yeah, the one about exploring the area ahead of us later.
Seriously? Oh, alright then. How about we explore the area ahead of us later? Children are more open-minded. Is that why they can think up all kinds of imaginary friends?
Fitting, isn't it? That the City of Freedom should be home to children with such boundless powers of imagination.
What about adults' imaginations? Let's ask some adults at the tavern.
Apparently, I had decided to almost go to the tavern a bit too early. Although this looks like they're outside of the tavern. Oh, okay. What do we have here?
The thing about wine is, you have to drink it at the tavern, or you miss out on half the fun.
Seems to me you'd find some way of keeping yourself amused even if you drank alone.
If I didn't know any better, I would say you're being deliberately uncivil.
Just drink responsibly on my premises, okay?
Looks like Venti has already taken a seat.
Oh, and if I did have one too many, what then? You'd throw me out along with the trash, is that it?
Throw you out?
You know, the same way you threw out Father's legacy. You sold off his mansion, or maybe you've forgotten.
So are these two related?
I see no reason to cling to things that have outlived their purpose.
Is that so? Then I trust you were most swift indeed to part with a certain vase?
Sorry, I have no recollection.
That's odd. Master D-Luke, I'm sure I saw such a vase in your home. A beautiful one, unmistakable in fact.
Seems our suspicions were right. Grown-ups don't appear to have imaginary friends.
Like I said, a lack of childlike wonder.
Seems adults are the same everywhere. Although, something we haven't done yet is look at Venti, or I suppose any of the other gods that I know of, the one other god that I know of.
So people just stop dreaming when they grow up? Okay, well, Paimon, for one, never wants to grow up.
This raises an interesting question. At what age exactly do people's imaginary friends disappear?
I wouldn't say that there's an exact age.
Let's go and check. How about Ellen? Someone of her age surely must have some imagination left, don't you think?
Uh-oh. Somehow, Paimon finds the idea of not being able to see Ellen's imaginary friend kinda scary.
The vision hit. Did something bad happen again?
And where's Ellen? Alright, well, let's just teleport over here then. Oh, that's right. Ellen is the girl over here who is training. Of course, it's Jean.
Jean? What is Jean doing here? Is Master Jean Ellen's imaginary friend?
Ellen is really determined to become a knight.
Yeah, she's so conscientious. It's terrifying.
Oh, hello. What are you guys doing?
Are you always training here?
You bet. Today, I heard Stanley talking about his adventures. It was incredible. It got me really pumped up. I hope I can be as outstanding as him one day.
So that you can fight shoulder to shoulder with Master Jean?
I mean, obviously I want to become a knight. And if I got to go on an adventure with Jean herself, well, even better.
Seems Ellen really looks up to Jean.
I believe you'll succeed, Ellen.
Huh, thanks.
Nothing wrong with giving encouragement.
I was thinking, it's not every day I get to hang out with the honorary knight. Would you join me for some sword training?
Sure.
How can I smash all these training dummies at once?
Well, like this.
So that's how to do it. I'm impressed.
It's pretty much how I've passed all of her Smash the Targets quests.
Oh, thank you. It's clear I still have a long way to go in my training.
So modest. I, for one, think you're quite the pro at this already.
Well, I'm exhausted from training, so clearly my fitness needs some work. One day, though, I'll smash all the training dummies in Mondstadt.
Ellen, she's our girl. If she can't do it, Hilly Churl.
Thanks. Shoot, I got so caught up here I forgot there's something I was supposed to do today. Ugh, but I'm so sore from training. I can hardly move. Honorary Knight, could you deliver a message to Jack for me?
Sure. Where can I find him?
He's gone adventuring at the Temple of the Lion with Stanley today. Stanley's a truly legendary adventurer, renowned in all of Mondstadt. He once set foot in the Mare Javari.
I don't know where that is.
We were gonna meet up tonight and discuss adventure plans. Could you let him know it'll have to be another day?
Temple of the Lion? Sure. I missed that place.
Great! Thank you so much.
Which one's the Temple of the Lion again? All the way down here. Okay. The furthest one, of course. Guess we're going inside. Great Adventure Stanley. Masters search for him. Seems he's traveling together with the legendary Adventure Stanley. Alright, recommended 4 elements. Well, hopefully I can just make it through with the ones I have. If worse comes to worse, I'll have to back out and get
The
somebody.
Temple of the Lion? We explored this place once before, didn't we? During the Storm Terror incident. Seems like it's now a hot spot for adventurers. That can only mean one thing. We didn't bag all the loot last time!
Alright, so I didn't realize, I should have realized though, that this would be for Venti since I'm doing a story quest. So he's got, wow, quite the combo. His charged attack. It's 3 arrows. Interesting.
Yahoo!
Not sure what that was.
Brace yourself.
Okay. And the wind just lasts. Oops. Wow, that lasts for quite a while. Okay. What does this do? Just a quick thing of wind. All right, we'll give it a shot. See what it's like.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Not to worry. Allow me. Those who wander in the dust, the wind shall send soaring sky high. Here we go.
There we go. And it's not like I'll be able to get Venti anytime soon. But I suppose it's good to try him out. See if I would be interested in obtaining him. I see all these floors that look like they've just caved in a little bit. I'm always wondering if they're about to just fall through the floor or collapse, and I would fall through the floor. And he's doing quite a bit of damage too. What is the weapon he's got equipped? I suppose that's his signature weapon. Increases elemental mastery. Sigil of Remembrance. Be triggered. The character is not on the field. 4 sigils. Named by party. Wow, this just keeps going. Obtain Millennial Movement for 12 seconds. Elemental Mastery by 100. Attack by 20. Alright. Interesting. So. I do want a little bit of practice with archers, because I don't really use them all that much.
Here we go.
Partly because Amber's really the only one that I... Ow. Alright, what's this do?
Time for takeoff.
And that just keeps going. Alright. Oop. I mean, I know my attack is slow with Beto, but I really don't know. Oh, gotta be careful. Almost just hit that. Alright. I don't know if Venti is doing more or less damage. I'm sure with the elemental stuff, he'd be doing quite a bit more.
Hey, are those guys?
Oh, it is actually ready already. So, what would happen if I started with this and then did... Oops.
Think you can get away?
Well, suppose I took too long. Oh well. Someday I'll be good at being able to do those elemental combos, but just a bit difficult for me at the moment. Hello, hello.
I was so sure I was about to die.
To be fair, that could have gone either way. So, you must be Jack the Adventurer, I assume?
Yes. Who are you?
Actually, we came looking for you.
Ellen has a message for you. She said she won't be able to join you today to plan out your next adventure together. She'll join you some other time.
Oh, I see. I feel bad you had to come all this way to find me, and then had to rescue me.
Huh? I don't see what all the fuss is about. It was nothing that I, Stanley, couldn't have dealt with by myself.
And I don't like you. Okay.
Whoa, you are Stanley? You are that legendary adventurer? Renowned in all of Mondstadt? Who once set foot in the Mare Javari?
The very same.
I must say, it's an honor to meet one as legendary as yourself. Well then, how would everyone like to proceed? Head back or head further inside?
Stanley, what do you think?
Well, I think you're now in the safe hands of Stanley, the great explorer and legend of Mondstadt. In which case, why head back now?
Okay, motion passed by unanimous consent. Let's head further in.
So, I'm guessing you mostly came here because you want to hear my adventure stories. Am I right?
No, we really were just looking for Jack.
What? Do you know who I am? I am Stanley, renowned adventurer of Mondstadt.
Yeah, I think we got that.
Well, your attitude says maybe you don't got that. I am Stanley, the living legend. Stanley who braved the Mare Javari.
Enough already. Ugh, stop name-dropping yourself every time you open your mouth.
It's true, though. Stanley is the most amazing guy.
Well, Jack will listen, won't you? Now, where was I?
You and your partner reached the Mare Javari, a famously terrifying place with not a wisp of wind.
Precisely! There was a deathly silence in the air. A sea of ashes stretched out before us, as far as the eye could see. The Mare Javari. Suddenly, my partner was caught in a whirlpool whipped up by an evil beast. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of him just in time.
Wow. So, did he make it?
Sadly, in the end, I alone was able to set foot on home ground once more, where the gentle breeze carried away the tears welling up in my eyes.
That poor guy. How could that happen?
Jack, you can't cry so easily if you want to be a great adventurer.
I know.
Because an adventurer's proudest achievement is to die in the course of their final adventure. But whatever happens, no adventurer should ever die in a place where the wind doesn't blow. The wind has to bring your spirit back to Mondstadt.
That's right. To die in a place where the wind blows, or to have your spirit carried back to Mondstadt on the wind, that's the truth.
Yeah. Although, the most I can aspire to right now is beginner's commissions, like clearing out the slimes clogging up the sewers.
You shouldn't die in a place with no wind. Why do they keep going on about that? Is that why Stanley thinks the Mare Javari is the most terrifying place in the world? Because there's no wind there?
I don't know. I have no idea what was continuously exploding over here. I wasn't really paying it as much attention as I probably should have.
Here we go.
Fire and ice, it looks like. Oh, why did you dash forward like that?
Nice and spicy.
There we go.
Traveler, I believe I've made a small discovery. Could I ask you to use the Nernama detector once more?
Yeah, figures.
What? Stanley has an imaginary friend?
It seems his imaginary friend is a seasoned warrior, covered in scars from head to foot, and a look of staunch determination on his face.
It fits Stanley's description of himself.
You're saying his imaginary friend is an idealized version of his own self? Interesting idea, but is it true?
Please excuse me. I'll be leaving now.
Bye, Stanley. Do you two still have time to spare?
What is it?
A few days ago, Stanley got drunk and told me a secret. Something he's never told anyone before. The weapons he took on his adventure all those years ago, they were none other than those once wielded by Mondstadt's greatest hero, Vanessa herself. The Sword of Brilliant Valor and the Shield of Magnificent Honor. I don't know whether you believe me, but apparently, both the sword and shield are still right here in Mondstadt, over in Dadaupa Gorge. Since you guys are the experts at this, can you come with me to try and retrieve these two legendary weapons?
Well, why did he abandon them in the wild then?
I don't know. Outstanding individuals always come with their quirks, right? If I can just get a hold of something impressive enough to show my family what I'm capable of, maybe they'll finally come around to the idea of me being an adventurer. Right now, I'm just a rookie. My abilities are limited, and my parents don't support my goals one bit. So, what do you say? Help a guy out? I can't bring myself to tell Stanley about it, because my reasons are so, selfish. But I swear I'll give the weapons back to him as soon as I'm done.
Aw, poor Jack. Let's help him out.
All right then.
Venti, you coming too?
I don't know.
Oh, one other thing. I have a bottle of rare vintage wine that I had someone fetch for me a couple years ago. Help me find these weapons, and it's all yours.
Dadaupa Gorge, was it? Let's hurry, there's no time to lose.
Alright. Off we go then.
Let's dance.
I guess we're as close as we're gonna get. Up the cliff. And over. So is this in the camp? Yeah, this is in the big camp. Search for it, huh? Alright. Oh, how did that miss you? Okay. Is it up here by chance? It's usually where you have to go for this kind of stuff. But no, it's not. Maybe over here? That looks like it might be something.
Hey, that bunch of hilly churls. Are they holding some kind of ceremony? And what's with that pile of knickknacks? Are they worshipping them?
Seems so. That must be the Sword of Brilliant Valor, surely.
It's not over.
Alright, alright.
You're toast!
Nope. Didn't get away in time. Okay, okay.
Ready, steady,
All I wanted to do is this. There we go. Apparently one of you wasn't a quest one. Well, there's the sword.
Lo and behold, the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
Are you sure? Looks kinda basic to Paimon, and a little worse for wear, too. Why would hilly churls be bowing down before a piece of junk like this?
Seems somebody tossed an old sword into a pile of spoils these hilly trolls were already celebrating.
This is in terrible shape, and it's so basic, I'm at a loss for words.
So did Stanley show up and toss the sword here when he heard that we were heading here? To make sure that his story... So that what we discover matches his story?
Say, Jack, Have you ever seen an anemo crystal fly? They're found in the open country around Mondstadt City. If you saw one in broad daylight, you wouldn't bat an eyelid. But in the pitch blackness of night, its brilliant glow is mesmerizing. It truly resembles an exquisite crystal dancing in the night air. Is valor not the same? When everything is going your way, it seems meaningless, fades into the background. But when you're in dire straits, valor is the thing that gets you fired up and fighting back. It's the brilliant ray of light that guides you out from the darkness.
Excellent recovery.
You're right. You're right. Then this has to be it. This is the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
If you say so.
So, we got our sword. Now we just need that shield. Let's scout around. It's definitely in Dadaupa Gorge, so...
New event? No, I don't think so. Right now, I'm just doing Venti's story quest. I am nowhere near the new stuff. I just arrived in Inazuma last session, I believe. So I'm still stuck on the island.
There's somebody there.
Stanley? What's he doing here?
He's acting so weird.
What happened? Why did you stop all of a sudden?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just one of those Mora spouting weasel thieves passed by is all.
What? Where? I want to see.
Maybe another time. We have a shield to find, remember?
That being said, though, I am going to be playing through the story itself. I don't really want to skip ahead too much. I did the whatever it was, the Windbloom event, mainly because there were a lot of Primo Gems that you could get. Even though I did get to see some of the characters ahead of time, I don't really know much about them except for what happened there. So it was mainly, to me, an introduction to the characters. I'm sure I'll get to know them better as I meet them in the main story. Well, good to hear. I have enjoyed what I've experienced so far. I do enjoy it. I go back and forth on a few things. I kind of expected in this case I chose the sister as the main character. I did kind of expect that the brother apparently was going to be the big, or seemingly joining the evil side according to what I've experienced so far. But I wasn't quite expecting to have actually run into him quite so early. I would have thought that it would have taken a few more cities, I guess, fewer more elements to get through in the story before finally running into him. So I am glad that they have introduced that quite early. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this so far. Even if I don't sound like I am. I am. Let's see. Going for the shield now. Oh, and I didn't know that was their names until meeting up with the other character. I didn't realize that they had canonical names other than what you choose for yourself. Oh, thank you. Let's see, where are we going? Over here somewhere. Up here, maybe? Oh. I suppose it's just the shield that the Helitrail has.
Lo and behold, the shield of magnificent honor.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. It's a chunk of wood. A chunk of scrap wood with the handle attached. Who in their right mind would use this as a shield?
There's also wine stains on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was just taken from a wine barrel.
And yet, my bard's intuition tells me that this is none other than the shield of magnificent honor.
Okay, Venti.
Warriors wear their battle scars with pride, and shields are no different. Surely an intact shield is one that has shied away from the battlefield. Is not the broken and splintered shield the one that has fought in countless wars and lived to tell the tale? Though the soldier's body be tired and torn, still they fight till the very end, till they have no blood left to bleed. Such magnificent strength of will. Is that not the true meaning of honor?
Venti is in top form today.
You do have a point. Shiny new shields don't stay new and shiny for long. Okay then. Well, maybe if we ask nicely, he'll just let us take the Shield of Magnificent Honor for free. Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Hilichurl? Well, okay. You take it from here. Hope you've picked up some Hilichurlian by now. If not, there's always body language.
I mean, we have done the first quest with, I forget her name, the little girl in the library about talking with Hilichurls. So I suppose this makes sense that I could possibly do it. I'm just going to go with this last option. Sounds like it might be Hilichurl.
Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work after all.
Yeah, this last one. Oh, well, okay.
Uh-oh. He did not seem to appreciate that.
Yeah, Ella Musk. I'm guessing that's supposed to be a play on the name Elon Musk, but I mean, there's quite a few not so hinted at references in this game, which are a bit amusing to me. I just wish I knew what I was actually saying here. Nope, apparently that's the wrong thing.
Uh-oh. He did not seem to appreciate that. Oh no. We ticked him off big time.
All right, well, I guess this was likely going to happen anyway. Yeah, they did.
Hey, he dropped the Shield of Magnificent Honor and ran.
Guys, thank you so much. I can't believe I actually found them. Mom, Dad, check out the legendary weapons I found.
Hey, wait! The wine, you promised! And I actually helped a lot this time. What are you doing here, Stanley?
Venti
Out for
sure
a
likes his
stroll?
wine.
Hey, what are you doing here, Bard? Fancy that, huh? You, out for a stroll too?
Oh, that's right. An after-dinner stroll, to be precise. We were also helping a friend look for something.
Paimon's starting to think Stanley might be a fraud.
I mean, I wouldn't call him a fraud so much. I mean, he sure he makes a lot of stories about himself. But I mean, a lot of the a lot. I don't want to say heroes, but a lot of the adventurers seem to have like a yeah, Stanley. uh, they they think of themselves too much. That doesn't mean that he's a fraud, though. Um, but apparently, I have no choice. Again, I have two answers that pretty much say the same thing. Uh, Seriously, starting to think so too.
Did Stanley plant the sword and shield here in advance so as to not hurt Jack's feelings?
Adventurers must be pretty familiar with Dada Gorge. You fought battles here before, after all.
You better believe it. I can navigate this whole area with my eyes closed.
Wow. Then I admire your perseverance. And your memory, too.
It's only to be expected of a great adventurer like me. You guys had better watch out, though. This place is crawling with hilichoros. I'll get back to my, stroll now.
Guilty conscience much?
Well, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away bragging to Jack, should he? Although, on further reflection, I must say I'm intrigued. Someone who can't let go of the past and gives up on the present instead. I wonder, if such a person was forced to take their first step towards the future, which way would they go?
What are you talking about?
I'm just musing to myself. Anyway, I propose we take a trip to Angel's Share tonight.
Of course, because you're in the mood for wine. Back down we go. And wait for night. I think it's late enough. It looked like it was. So, yeah. The story gets me every time, though. I have to always... There's a missing poster on one side, there's Patton on the other, and then inside there's usually a bard just standing right next to the door that always gets me. But he's not here this time, so I suppose that's good. And D-Luke's at the counter for once.
You know, I'm glad I actually had the chance to come down here today. The tavern isn't overcrowded, and I couldn't be in a better mood.
Tell me, Stan. Tell me, what should I do?
Huh? Why does he keep repeating his own name?
Well, This kind of brought itself up when we were using the eyeglass to see imaginary friends. I was... Oh, right, Master D-Luke. Sorry. I think Stanley seems to be having a bit of a cloud syndrome where he is trying to be either a lost friend or someone in his past, whereas I know Cloud didn't really realize that was how he was doing it. But I think Stanley is intentionally doing something similar. But yeah, I think there's another Stanley.
Surely not. Even I've never heard tell of a second Stanley.
Oh, Stanley. It should have been me. I should have been the one to die in the Melchivari that day. Why won't your spirit come and stop me from using your name? Why, Stanley? Why? If only you hadn't had to save a rookie like me, you would have never died in that windless corner of the world. You were a renowned adventurer, destined to become a legend one day. But now That'll never happen, because your life was cut short. And all because of a worthless tag along.
Does anyone get what's going on here?
I think our friend really did make it to the Mare Javari. And I think the tragedy he encountered there was real too. But the real adventurer, the real Stanley, that was his partner, not him. The real Stanley is the one who died to save our Stanley.
Wait, so the only reason our Stanley is called Stanley in the first place is because he stole the other Stanley's name?
Well, I wouldn't say steal it. Borrowed it, perhaps. I mean...
I fear that may be the case.
Stanley, for so many years I've lived in fear. Fear that Mondstadt will forget all about you. So I tell you adventure stories at every opportunity. Mondstadt must remember. Stanley reached the center of the Mare Javari. He's the greatest adventurer there ever was, and he lives on. Stanley will never die, because I am Stanley. I am Stanley.
I mean, part of it too is everyone looks up to Stanley because they made it to the center of the Mare Javari. But this Stanley was with him, and this Stanley made it out. So, by all means, this Stanley would be just as good as the other Stanley by that comparison.
I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm getting too old. Now, are you guys planning on eavesdropping much longer?
As long as we're allowed to.
Yikes! We're busted!
So now we just join the conversation.
Go away. Save your questions. And just leave me in peace.
But...
Leave now. Don't make me tell you again.
Honorary Knight, Venti, and Paimon. I'm so glad you guys are here. I've been looking for you everywhere. I wanted to thank you again for helping me find the sword and shield. My parents are finally supporting me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. They even said they're gonna pay for someone to fix up the Sword of Brilliant Valor and Shield of Magnificent Honor for me, so I can take them out on the road.
That's wonderful! So, Jack, is this the part where you bid farewell to Mondstadt and set off on your intrepid trip traversing Tevat?
No, not yet. I still don't have what it takes to go too far from home just yet. Besides, I'm sure Stanley still has a few stories left to tell. They're what inspired me to become an adventurer in the first place. Stanley, Oh, you're drunk again. We'll see you tomorrow then. After your hangover wears off. Maybe you can tell me some more of your stories?
Stanley's really fond of that kid, don't you think?
Jack. Jack.
Jack left.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for not telling him about my secret.
Huh? All of a sudden you're facing the facts? That isn't like you.
Just now, I couldn't bear to look at him. His adventurous spirit is so pure, unblemished. I'm just a weary old feckless fraud. But that kid is a brand new shining star, full of potential. I cannot allow his dreams to be crushed.
You're not a total fraud. Stanley's adventure stories and experiences. They're all true, aren't they?
Stories? Experiences? What's the point of them anymore? To be honest, my memories of adventuring and of Stanley, they're hazy these days. That's my biggest secret of all. And my biggest fear. All these years, I've been living to tell his story. But his personality and the details of his life, I don't remember them clearly anymore. But the one thing I can never forget is that he died in a windless land, where his spirit can never be recovered.
Let's see. His whole life he's been drowning in guilt, or all that remains is his imaginary friend. Well, at this point, I wouldn't really call it his imaginary friend. I would say that this is more like he's imagining Stanley again, rather than an imaginary friend. So I'm gonna go with his whole life he's been drowning in guilt.
Exactly. Even in his memory, the real Stanley isn't the living, breathing friend he knew at all. Instead, he's become fixed on the image of him as that battle-scarred warrior. And that image has held him captive his entire life.
I'm too old. I never let go. But still, so much has slipped away. I'm completely and utterly worthless. No adventurer should have to go that way. No adventurer ever.
Hans Archibald.
My true name? How did you know? The wind. I can hear the wind blowing in the Mare Tavari. I always believed you existed.
Will you hand me your old friend's spirit?
Huh? I can't believe it. Thank you all. And thank you, Lord Barbados. I'm sorry. It's gonna take me some time to calm back down. But I think that I'm gonna be okay.
Ah, wonderful! Stanley reconnected with his true self and Jack can finally go his own way. This calls for a celebration. And by celebration, I do, of course, mean libation.
Of course you do.
And by libation, you mean you're not leaving this tavern till you're too drunk to walk, right?
No, the wine here's too expensive. Jack still owes me some wine, though. He promised me a rare vintage in exchange for helping him out, remember? I'll head off to fetch the wine. See you shortly. Let's meet at the usual place.
What's the usual place? Guess I'll find out.
Huh? Where's that supposed to be? Why has Paimon never heard of it? Hey, Tone Deaf Bard!
In the Pyro Nation. Okay. Like I said, I've just recently gotten to Inazuma, which I believe is the Electro Nation. So I don't know. I guess the desert would be the Pyro Nation, since Dea is seemingly from there as well. So I'll eventually get there, but I'm guessing not for quite a while. Let's see. Never heard of it. It's anybody's guess. I think I know where, possibly. Okay, see you there. I think I know where, possibly. No. It's anybody's guess. I don't know for sure. The quest will tell me, I'm sure. Up at the statue. Oh, really? Up at the statue. Okay. Haven't actually tried to get up there yet. Oh yeah, I suppose the tree would have also been a good place, because he likes to go there quite a bit too. Although I think a couple people like the tree as their their meditation place. I guess he's at this point he can see the tree from here. But the previous story quest I did was Jean's, and she also likes to
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
go to the tree as well because the tree is where Vanessa, I believe, was buried, who is another hero of Mondstadt.
You made it. Finally.
Just tell us where you meet next time, okay? We looked everywhere. So, did you at least manage to find your wine?
Yep. Well, sort of. Jack made it out to be a rare collector's edition vintage. When actually it's just a half bottle of regular cider. This takes me back. The first time I saw this view, I hadn't even taken on this form yet.
What?
It was about 2,600 years ago, before the world had come under the rule of the Seven. At that time, old Mondstadt was ruled by a tyrant, who sealed off the city's perimeter with a ferocious hurricane. Even the birds couldn't get in or out.
Old Mondstadt? Oh, Paimon remembers! Nowadays it's known as Storm Terror's lair, right? You mentioned it before.
That's right. The Tyrant of the Winds who once ruled from that tower was Decarabian, god of storms. Back then, I was but a wisp among the thousand winds. I wasn't a god of anything. I didn't even have a human form.
Oh, that's right, because I do forget that even though that there are 7 gods, the ones that are current are not actually the originals. Apparently, it's a title or something that gets passed on. The Simple of Mondstadt, Heros. Interesting. I do like a lot of the backstory that is in the books that you find scattered about the world. After visiting the library for the first time, I picked up a bunch of books and a couple around town. I did read through a lot of them, at least as far as the stories went. I didn't want to skip ahead. Like I had chapters like 1 through 3, and then like 8 and 9. So I didn't read 8 and 9 until I would fill in the middle ones. I do need to go back and read a lot of the ones that I've filled out. I'll try to remember to do that in between this episode and next. But I do like how they make reference to these stories. And it's not just, oh, here's a story that we wrote, and don't worry about that. We're just going to worry about the here and now. It seems like it's all incorporated very well so far.
I was just a tiny elemental being who lived in the wind, a gentle breeze bringing subtle changes for the better, or tiny seeds of hope.
A tiny elemental being? Without a human form? Venti, do you mean you used to look different than you do now?
Yep. My current form is not so different from the situation with fake Stanley. I took the form of a friend. In old Mondstadt transpired the story to be told. Where a tyrant ruled, I met a boy not that old. The lyre he played, and for a song he sought. But storm walls blocked blue sky, he was sincerely distraught. I do so wish to see the birds in flight, said he, his strong eyes filling with light. But his voice was lost in the howling wind's churn, for the whirlwind takes and gives not in return. The true sky and songs that cageless soar, were they not wishes worth fighting for? So the boy turned, extending his hand. Let us cast down the tyrant and his walls from this land. The young boy raised then the flag of revolt, and I threw myself into freedom's tumult. Victorious were we who fought to be free. Gods fell, winds whipped, nations shook violently. In the smoke, a despot met his doom. And we watched as his great tower fell none too soon. Mondstadt began anew, the story passed down, and since then never has another worn its crown.
So then what? What happened to your friend?
Same situation as with Stanley's friend.
Say, Paimon, do you wish to hear the next part of the story?
Yes, of course. The suspense is killing Paimon.
Paimon, go pick a couple of apples. Okay.
Now's the time you suddenly get a craving for apples? Really?
Getting a little peckish or something.
Oh, so peckish.
Paimon's had it up to here with you.
Although I have to say, I don't think Paimon has left my side since the beginning of the adventure, so it seems kind of odd that she would now.
You know, you're so smart it almost makes me uncomfortable sometimes. But then, maybe it's right that true friends can tell what the other is thinking. A refreshing drink, a gentle breeze. Moments like this always take me back. Back to a song that I first heard from him.
I'm listening.
Fly, fly away. Like a bird in the sky. See the world on my behalf. To the heavens may you fly.
Alright, so that story quest was much better than Jean's story quest. It could just be that, you know...
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long.
Oh, quiet, Beto. It could just be that Venti is a much more pronounced character than Jean, but I really think that they, I don't want to say put more effort into it, but this one seems so much better than the other one. Jean's quest was she was getting sick because there was too much going on, and she was trying to handle everything. And so then she was sent to, yeah, he is the Archon. And I'm guessing, you know, here, let me just check the quests here. Like, Zhongli is also the Archon, so I would expect his to be, you know, quite in-depth as well, especially since he has two parts to it. Tartaglia, I did not know that was his name. I know him as Child at the moment. But like some of these, you know, I guess it's a minor bit of spoiler seeing all these characters, but like some of them seemed like they would be very interesting. Zhongli, of course, knowing what has gone on so far, I'm guessing I want to wait for Child because, like, my story or my interactions with him don't seem like they're done yet. Like, he's part of the bigger story, and I don't want to do this one until I'm sure that I've done, or at least a good amount of his story. I could be done with it, and he's just off in the background. I know that he is in the list of characters that you can play as, so that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of waiting, because it sounds like, or it seems like if he's a playable character, then there's probably some point ahead where there's a turnaround. So, like, he is working for the quote unquote evil people, which, again, they're only evil in what I've experienced so far. I mean, they probably have their reasons, which would be why the the other character that you could play as is working for them. Like, when I met him, he said he's gone through his journey, and this is what he chose at the end of it, and he's waiting for me to go through my journey to come to my conclusion. But yeah, I think Child will probably have some sort of turnaround, or at least neutrality again. Uh, like when he first met us. Although when he first met us, it was probably uh, to advance his own ends, or the ends of who he's working for. Uh, but as for these, I think I am going to eventually, as I get enough keys, I will unlock more of them and try them out more. As long as they seem like they're good, I will continue to do them. These events, I have yet to do any of them. I have unlocked, who is it? Noel's. So I intend to do it eventually. But we'll see. Again, I don't want to do them until I've done at least a good amount of their story. Like, I would feel comfortable with Ningguang or Yunjin, because I've met them. I've gone through some of their story. There's even been a side quest or two where they've been involved. So I feel that I probably know enough about them to do some of these quests. But like these first three here, I have no idea who they even are. I have not met them at all. Same with a lot of these. Of course, I've met Beto, the pirate captain, Diona, Noelle, Barbara, and just recently Toma. But that's about it over here. Let's see, what else?
Get my land legs back.
I do want to continue the main story here in a moment. The Rito escape plan. And that'll send me all the way over to those islands down there. But I did mention earlier I wanted to do one more roll on this, since I have 10 of these. And hi. But yeah, I want to do another 10 roll on these because I have the 10 that saved up. As I mentioned earlier, I am saving my Primo Gems and what are these? Intertwined Fates. I forget their names. Saving them up for the banner that comes next, because apparently it is... I forget the entire name. Ayaka, I think, is her name. She's like an ice samurai character. But yeah, I want to make a roll here because it's not going to change. I have 10 saved up, and I don't really have anything better to do with them at the moment, so here we go. Purple is expected because you have a 1 in 10. All of these, of course, are going to be standard 3-star weapons. These aren't worth it. Yeah. Favonius bow, I think I can upgrade that. Debate club. So, yeah. As far as this goes, you know, Barbara and Cole are characters given away pretty much right at the beginning. As soon as you get through the part in the story, you get Barbara. Cole, you get, I think, from at some point in the Abyss. Have I done the Windbloom event? Yes, I did because there were Primogems that that you could get from it. So, you know, I did the Floral Pursuit, the Ballad of Breeze, and the Snapshots. In fact, the weapon I got from the Windbloom event is the weapon I have equipped on Beto currently. So, it is, as far as I can tell, very good. Its base attack is better than the weapon I was using, and the weapon I was using, it was 10 levels lower. I know it's a 3-star weapon, but I'm fairly limited since yeah, I was doing story quest. I just finished Venti's story. And I really enjoyed it. But yeah, this weapon seems pretty good. I can't enhance it anymore at the moment because I have no access to these sturdy shells. Better to get event quests as soon as possible. Okay, yeah. I actually skipped the previous one. I have no idea what it was, but it was like in the desert or something. Yeah, it's time limited. But I was just starting at that point, and I didn't want to find out that I start an event, have no idea what's going on, and find out that I'm like too low of a level or something for it. So I just bypassed it because I didn't know anything. From this point on, though, I will probably do all of the time limited event quests. In fact, speaking of that, this thing popped up this today when I logged in. It seems like it is also a time limited one, but there's 12 days. So if I find a good spot to start it up, I might just do that like in between the Rito escape plan. And then go from there, because even though it does say 12 days, I obviously have pretty much the 2 weeks to accomplish it, assuming that there isn't any more after it. But as it stands now, though, my main party consists of Beto. I managed to get fairly lucky when I was rolling in the previous banner, and so I ended up with 6 copies of her. So I managed to get, you know, most of her constellation unlocked. So she's pretty much my primary character. and her fighting style I like so much better than most of the others just because of her elemental skill of being able to block and absorb pretty much a third of her health in damage if need be. Um, and then Amber's here because I mean, supposedly she's not that great of a character, but there are so many puzzles that require you to use fire and shooting and stuff like that. Yeah, I did get Jean as well uh, in this banner. In fact, I rolled once on this banner uh, before finding out that the characters here in this banner aren't as good, and I ended up with Jean. So I've been giving her a try every now and then. Uh, the main character, I of course have at level 80 as a backup, kind of. Like, I would love to use the main character in my party, but at the same time, you know, uh, you work on. Sorry, I wish these characters wouldn't make so much noise all the time. Uh, Working on their friendship, and whenever you complete quests, the friendship bar goes up. So if I have the main character in the party, that's 25% less friendship I'm getting. Uh, but I do have the main character at level 80 because, well, you get the level up items for free, pretty much. Uh, she's currently got the flute. Yeah, Gina's a 5-star character. The pretty much the only 5-star character I've gotten. Yeah. Um, the reason why I don't use her as much is because I haven't leveled her up enough yet. Oops, that's the weapon. Uh, like, uh, the hurricane seeds are from the wind boss. And I just keeping up with these first 5. I mean, even Barbara is lagging behind at 60. Sure. But like the amount that it takes to keep an entire party leveled up with the free stuff, and keeping up with the world level. That's what's mainly been one of my problems. Is like every 5 levels, or every 5 adventure ranks, the world level goes up, and so I've been having to keep my party upgraded to keep up with it. Like, wasn't last session, but the session before, the last Thursday, right before starting uh, the live stream, I inadvertently leveled up to world level 5 and hadn't gotten my characters leveled up when that happened. So I went into just playing this game for story, and I'm waiting for 3.5 at this point. Oh, okay. Um, I don't know if you were here when I said it last. I am just, as my quests say, I am just starting at the Ritu Escape plan. So I've just gotten to Inazuma, and gotten a foothold there, I guess. Earlier, like in my second or third uh, my second or third stream, I tried to walk to Inazuma because they gave me a character that could walk on the water, and it didn't work. But okay, thank you for no spoiling. Uh, oh, okay. Well, I mean, just watch what you can or watch what you want. You know, I put these up on YouTube after I get done, so feel free to watch what you want, skip wherever you want. They're there for your viewing pleasure. Um, but yeah, also I'm trying to get through some of the story so that I have more to explore. Um, this is as much as I've unlocked so far. I have gone over to the chasm, did a little bit in there, uh, and then just down here, I've only unlocked this place so far. Uh, as I mentioned, I tried to walk across the ocean because welcome back. They gave me, what is his name? Kaya, as one of your starting characters, basically. And his ability can freeze the water that you walk on. So I attempted to starting from, I think it was this little island here. I tried to use his ice to walk from there all the way down to here. I had originally tried to go for these islands because they were the closest, but somewhere around, I think it was like here, the sky got really dark, and a few seconds later, I ice bridge. Yeah, I tried to do that. But the sky got really dark, and it basically teleported me away as if I had my entire party died, and I ended up at the nearest the nearest teleport, which was this one. So that was kind of interesting. Waking up on a mysterious island in the middle of an area that I had yet to explore. But I just wanted to see if it could be done. And I'm kind of glad that they thought ahead far enough to make it so that you couldn't arrive here before they intended you to. My guess is that there's probably something in place for some of these other areas over this way. But, I have no reason, or not this way. Sorry, got it backwards. Red areas I can't go through. But I don't really have any big reason to go these directions yet. The biggest pressing reason to go in those directions? Oh, okay. I didn't know it was fixed. But the biggest reason for me to go in that direction is because I have Cole here, and I can't find any of these. And it looks like it's in Sumeru, wherever that is, which is a little upsetting that, I got a free character that I can't really use, but I tried her out a little bit to begin with. I never actually got hit by lightning, but I assumed that was something of what was going on because they were from a distance, let me see if we can see it from here. From a distance, you can see the islands off in the distance.
I'll race you there.
And, well, there's the big mountain with a lightning storm or something going on. But yeah, from this advantage, you can see kind of something going on the top of that first island there, the tallest one. Okay, yeah, Sumeru has those flowers. I kind of figured as much. Um, but yeah, like as I got closer, that whatever that is at the top of the mountain, I guess at this point I can just look at it from here because I am actually in Inazuma now. But approaching it across the ocean, you know, you see whatever that purple glow is start coming to light in the distance. Um, and that storm raging in the sky over there that came into view, and it was pretty interesting. I mean, I like a lot of the scenery as well. Like, sure, they have a few points where you can take a snapshot or something of viewpoints, but there's so much more that just I think look amazing. Like uh, entering Liyue for the first time, you've got that ridge that you climb over, and then you get your first view of the city, and I think that looks great. Just like that city off in the distance, I think it looks great from here. It might be a few quests before I actually get there. Uh, Ice bridging is fixed even if you are one step closer to the nation. They say, yeah.
Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this.
Um. Again, I am glad that they added that in to make it so that you can't get here before you actually can. Um. But yeah, now that I'm here, let me get some healing. I think I might as well just continue with the Rito escape plan. See where that leads me. I like that there are new trees here. I don't like I can't use the maple trees yet, but you know the lumber from them, I know I will eventually have something to make from. Sorry, getting a little lost while I'm talking. But like in the Serenity pot, I purchased some craftable things that I think requires that cherry wood that's over there. So I was happy to see when I got here that there were different types of wood that I could now use to build some more stuff. All right, see you later. But yeah, now that I'm here, I am excited to explore more and continue on.
Stop there. Present your travel permits.
Sorry, but we really gotta get to Narukami Island. It's kinda urgent.
If you don't have a travel permit, this is as far as you'll get. Those are the rules.
As expected. Traveler, you gotta think of something. How do we get out of Rito?
If the Yashiro Commission has heard of us, or I wonder if the Kanjo Commission has heard of us. I mean, I guess we're choosing one of the commissions. I know that there's 3 of them. I don't recall enough about them to know which one. I don't think it matters what I choose. So I guess I'll just say the Yashiro Commission.
Are you saying we should go and meet with the Kanjo Commissioner? Guess it can't hurt to try, even if Paimon has a few choice words to say about his subordinates.
Okay, so this would be the one that we did run into.
Who knows? Maybe he's our biggest fan.
All right. Let's see what we have up here.
Halt! This is the Kanjo Commissioner's office. No trespassers.
We're here to see, the Kanjo Commissioner?
The Kanjo Commissioner seldom entertains Outlanders. Leave now or we'll be forced to...
Ah, wait.
Oh, Commissioner!
These two are honored guests from afar. No need to give them the usual spiel. Come on in. Let's see what we can do for you.
Huh. Did you get all that, mister?
My sincere apologies.
Now, Paimon, don't let that go to your head. I kind of skipped it real quick, but I did like the angle when you were looking at the commissioner and it showed the mountain in the back. That was kind of pretty good framing, I guess. Oh, sorry to put footsteps in the sand.
I am Hiragi Shinsuke, Kanjo Commissioner and head of the Hiragi clan. It's an honor to meet you both.
Well, when you're there, greet as you are greeted, I guess. I too am honored to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. So, the reason we wanted to come and see you was because...
All right, all in good time. Two travelers renowned far and wide have shown up to see me, and I should very much like to make their acquaintance. Let's not limit this to business only.
So what you're saying is, we really are pretty famous, huh?
Absolutely. How many other people in the world have what it takes to knock the wind out of Storm Terror's sails and put the Overlord of the Vortex back under the sea, eh?
Exactly! Paimon thinks you make an excellent point.
And I hear you also foiled a Fatui plot in Liyue Harbor. Even beat one of their harbingers in a duel. Is that true?
Whoa, you heard about that too? Yep, it's true, all right.
As I thought.
Something wrong?
No. I'm simply awestruck by you both is all.
You're too kind, or ultimately they still got their way? You're too kind.
Rito is greatly honored to have you visit us. One other thing I heard about you is your great zeal for helping other people. This makes me wonder whether you might be so kind as to render your assistance to the Kanjo Commission.
Oh, sure, no problem. Whatever you need, right?
This is my forte. I mean, it's true. I pretty much run errands.
Well then, you must know the Qingxian. A flower grows on the mountaintops of Liyue.
Yep, I have a bunch of them in my invisible inventory bag that I carry around with me.
Yep, we've picked a few of those before. So, you want us to go back to Liyue?
Yes, bring me 300 Qingxian, would you? Freshly picked, I mean.
Ah, freshly picked. Okay.
Did Paimon hear that wrong?
They don't stay fresh after they're picked.
Too much trouble, is it? I see. Then how about this? We have a few items that need delivering. Perhaps you can help with that?
That sounds much more like it.
Maybe. Depends on how overboard he's gonna go.
709 letters to be precise.
Yep, thought as much.
Hey, what gives? How come you don't have people to do that already?
Terribly sorry. We're just a little short on people lately.
What sort of an explanation is that?
Yeah, 2 to 3 at most. Usually finding them on tops of mountains. So, yeah, maybe a dozen a day. if I'm lucky. Oh, there's somebody peeking around the corner.
Traveler, what are we going to do? Should we really help this guy?
I'll consider it.
That's the spirit. Don't keep me waiting too long now.
Yeah, I don't know specifically. There's a lot of that region that I still haven't explored. I kind of run through now and then, uh, just for mining and other things that I get on a somewhat daily basis. But yeah.
You're seriously considering taking this job? The terms are ridiculous.
But yeah, like, uh, most of the, if I scroll out enough, I guess I'm all the way out. As you can see, most of this is in the 90s. Um, I've explored most of the Gongji estuary, some of the Sea of Clouds, Minlin, Lisha, and the Chasm. Uh, I have yet to really explore all that well, so most of that stuff is uh, still explorable by me. But most of the other stuff I have gone through quite a bit. Some days I just section off an area and say I'm going to get every treasure in this place that I can find, everything I can find, and mark it off as explored. Even though I know that apparently treasures come back, or not come back, but as you get your level up higher, more appear. So eventually I'll get things explored, but that's an ongoing process. I tried to save that for uh, my days in between streaming because, well, there's a lot to do. And I don't know if that is something that... I don't know if that's something that you'd want to watch. I'm sure a lot of the first episodes was a bit of exploration, but that's just because I had to. Halt you too. Just as I expected.
Huh? What did we do?
Miss Hiragi has a letter for you. She insists that you read it immediately.
A letter? Quick! Let Paimon see!
That was quick. Dear Traveler, would that I could convey this message to you in person. I apologize for the hasty means by which this letter has come to you, and I hope that it hasn't left you feeling perplexed or perturbed in any way. This is my first time extending an invitation to an unknown outlander, after all. It is no mere coincidence that our paths have crossed. Therefore, I hope that you would be so courteous as to meet me tonight under the glow of resplendent moonlight. Please do not fret about the retainers and bodyguards. I will ensure that their attention shall be elsewhere. I look forward to the pleasures of your company. Not signed by anyone. Okay.
So this means she wants you to secretly meet her at night? But you didn't seem surprised at all by this. What's going on?
Sure at a glance, or Shinsuke has no intention of letting us leave. I guess I wasn't paying that much attention. I don't know who Shinsuke is off the top of my head. But it's probably like one of the guards or that man that we were just talking to. But we shared a glance.
Huh? Have you been up to something behind Paimon's back?
Nope, it wasn't behind your back. It was in front of your face.
Let's ask her tonight and see what she has to say.
All right. I mean, I guess we don't really have that much time to pass. Yeah. Some of these circumstances certainly seem like they were meant to be for Aether being the character that you play as. There was in Liyue, we had to go see a perfume crafter, and just the way that she was acting seemed like it was more intended for Aether than Lumine. Um, that being said, I find it funny that that is the lady that ends up with the alchemist guy in Mondstadt, because she showed up for the Windbloom Festival, and I found out that she and the alchemist, yeah, that lady. Where am I going? Am I going back inside the building? Looks like it. Yep. Don't mind the guards, apparently. Yeah. And during the festival, I do like that they don't just change the city, they also have a bunch of the characters around as well. Like earlier today, I made mention of Sino just sitting outside of uh, the cat house. Or I forget what it's called. The name will come to me in a moment as soon as I find it. The cat's tail. He's just sitting outside the cat's tail waiting for somebody to play a game of cards with him, which I find nice. Um, that being said, sometimes it backfires on me where just a just they're just standing around to give you a quest, and I just happen to run too close to them, and a quest starts, and I'm not ready for it.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
And it means that I start a quest, and stuff happens, and I'm not recording or anything like that. So sometimes I miss out, or sometimes I miss recording the first part of a
You
quest.
finally arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hiragi Chisato. This is technically the second time we have met. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Wow. She's the daughter of the Hiragi clan, all right.
The pleasure is mine.
No need to be so formal. I've long marveled at your accomplishments, and at last we have the chance to meet.
Is it Paimon, or does something seem a bit off here?
The reason why I wanted to secretly meet you here is, well, I feared that I might never have another opportunity to discuss this with you.
Discuss what?
Ahem. I should like to ask for your help with delivering a letter.
As long as it's just one letter, I'm fine with it.
Like father, like daughter. Couldn't you be more original?
No, you misunderstand me. Please, allow me to explain. I was hoping that you could deliver a letter to Narukami Island in my stead. It is to be given to Kujo Kamachi of the Tenryou Commission. My father has always forbidden me from communicating with him. He knows that there are prospects for my marriage that would better serve him politically. But my heart is with Kamaji.
Well, this would certainly give me an excuse to leave the island if it also came with, I don't want to say protections, but basically the rights to leave the island, I guess.
There is no one who would dare defy my father's will on Rito, but you are Outlanders. Outlanders seeking to get to Narukami Island. It would be regrettable to let such an opportunity pass.
Oh, Paimon gets the whole picture now.
Of course, in doing so, I will also do everything in my power to help you leave Rito. That is my promise.
Seems like we have a reasonable deal.
To be perfectly honest, as long as you remain in Inazuma, my father will have no intention of letting you leave Rito.
Well, that's to be expected. I mean, he has no intention of letting anyone leave Rito if he can help it.
Yeah, we figured as much. It was pretty obvious he was just trying to hold us up here.
I secretly overheard a conversation between my father and a very arrogant-sounding woman just a few days ago.
Although I do have to say, I would find it really funny if I had actually had in my inventory 300 of those flowers. I know that he said freshly picked, but I think it would be funny if I could just reach into wherever I store my things and just pull out 300 of the flowers that he was asking for.
They seem to be discussing how to keep you here on Rito. In fact, it was the first time I had ever heard my father speak so respectfully to someone who wasn't the Shogun.
Seems we need to get off Rito as fast as we can.
We don't have much time. I'll tell you my plans to help you off the island. It just so happens that a shipment of goods is...
She tells the
Very
travelers
well. I'll be waiting for you
something.
at the border. I'm counting on you to deliver my letter.
That is one of the hang-ups I have about the game, is a lot of the automatic text it passes by too quick. So a lot of times I don't have enough time to read it out loud, let alone read it to myself. And that's part of the reason why a lot of the world quests I do off-stream, just because a lot of it is unspoken and therefore is missed quite a bit just because of how fast it passes by. But overall, I still think this is a pretty good game. Things like that, though, it may not be worthwhile for the developers to go back and fix. I mean, they could if they wanted to, but I just don't see it happening.
Hold on, please. These goods are being sent to Watatsumi Island?
My lady, this is an unexpected honor. You are correct. These goods have been repeatedly requested by the Kanjo Commissioner. We must be certain that they reach Watatsumi Island intact.
Is there something wrong, Lady Hiragi?
No, as you were. My father simply has some concerns of the shipment's safety, and has ordered that myself and an additional qualified escort be dispatched to ensure safe transport of the goods.
My lady, you aren't suggesting that you intend to escort this shipment personally, are you? There's certainly no need for you to trouble yourself with such a matter. And as for this qualified escort...
Yeah, also, she didn't say that she was going along with me. She said she wanted a letter delivered. But, I mean, whatever gets me off the island, I guess. I look forward to working with you. Always be polite. Don't be rude until they're rude to you.
Please, do not cause us any further delay. If memory serves me right, my father has already asserted that this shipment must arrive on time. I'm certain punishment will be duly dispensed if it fails to do so.
Yes, of course, my lady. It's just that, well, we don't know who this...
Now, need I remind you of the penalty if anything were to happen to me en route? I'm sure you are all quite familiar with my father's temperament. Do you really presume that you can fully guarantee my safety on your own?
Boy, Chisato can talk the talk. They don't stand a chance.
Yes, my lady. Very well then. It's an honor to have you accompanying us. Your safety is our highest priority.
Shinojo, you can't really be agreeing to this.
Well, the request is from Lady Hiragi herself. It is our duty to serve her in the utmost capacity.
Yes, but that's not the problem here.
Well,
then, if we're through here, I suggest we set off at once. Dawdling will only allow potential thieves more time to prepare, no?
Yes, my lady. You heard her. There's no time to lose.
Chisato kind of sounds like the voice actress for Mona. Without the accent, of course. Oh, is this something I have to actually protect? Yep. Alright. What do we got ahead of us? Doesn't look too bad. Nope. There we go.
Let the show begin.
My lady, please stay back. We'll handle it.
Not as well as we'll handle it.
I see that they are targeting the transport instead of me. Ah, there we go.
Picked the wrong test subject. I got careless. Picked the wrong test subject.
There we go.
Let's get down to business.
Oh, hello. Right away then, huh?
Try.
Monster sighted. Prepare to counterattack.
Protect Lady Hiraki at all costs.
We'll take care of this. Stay with Chisato.
Becomes
Say no more.
Help!
that was.
And more.
Watch out! More monsters inbound.
Lady Hiraki, stay close.
Eyes on me!
There's more. My blade. Finally,
Cheap tricks. Take this.
Oh, there we go.
Boba, get them!
Back at ya!
It's over. Cut down.
Oh, don't know what that is.
We can take refuge in the village up ahead. How are you faring, my lady?
I'm perfectly all right. You may stop here. The road to Narukami Island is just over there. In my letter, I've requested Kamaji to grant you a special travel permit from the Tenryo Commission. Consider it a token of my appreciation.
Thank you, Chisato.
My lady.
So that's how it is. I had a feeling something was amiss, but Shinojo, you...
No, Lady Hiragi would never hide anything from us, I'm sure of it. But who is this Kamaji you speak of, my lady?
I'm not afraid to say that he's the one I love.
The one you love?
Shinojo, did you honestly think that...
What? No, I was just clarifying, that's all. I would never in my wildest dreams,
You two needn't worry. Please, forget that this ever happened. If my father catches word of it, I alone will be held accountable.
Yes, of course. As you wish, my lady.
But what will happen if your actions here are discovered, Chisato?
Don't fret. My father has always been one to spoil me. The worst he'd do is sentence me to half a day without food, or something to that effect.
Huh. Paimon never suspected a guy like him could have a soft side.
I wish you a safe journey. I'm sure we will meet again.
Bye, Chisato!
Come now. Quit your staring and let's get moving. We've got goods to shift.
All right.
Offer the electoral sigils to something.
We're finally on our own way again. I suppose it's time we find Toma. Now, where did he say he would meet us again? Oh, right! Komori Tea House!
Oh, so I can now just go all the way to the city, apparently. Okay. Want to get this real quick, though. Actually, this reminds me, I haven't, other than opening up the statue, I haven't actually touched it to see what the electro powers are yet. Maybe I should do that at some point. Is there... I suppose that is the only one here. Oh, no, not the teleport waypoint. So, if that's the case, give me just a second to do this. Let me get my main character here.
There's still a long road ahead.
I left her as Earth because, again, a lot of the puzzles in the previous area required Earth to accomplish effectively. So if I resonate with Electro, so now I have, I suppose that doesn't really change, but so about a 12-second thing there. Let me just offer these up. Oh, it's not like the first level of the other ones, though. I need a full 10 before getting anything from it. So we shoot 3 out, or 3 out. Okay, so it's good to know. Just head back down here again. And get my healer back out. Again, for the time being, she's probably just gonna
I'll take care of it.
sit outside of the party just because party experience is, or friendship experience is split among the party, or the active party. If it was split among everyone, I do things differently. These quests, though, I will probably leave and see if they're world quests or not. So, for now, with only a little bit of sidetracking, I'll try to stick to the main quest. Unless I see something that I truly want to get, like some of those electro sigils, or yeah, like these things that pop up on the map. Although this is a village. No, I get too sidetracked with side stuff if I let myself. Oh, can I not climb this? Okay. Is there anything tall nearby? Not really tall enough. There's some bird eggs up here, though. I guess I'll do what I usually do. Mark it and move on. Anything under the bridge? The UA had tons of things under bridges. I think there was one bridge that did not have something underneath it in Liyue. Not sure what this is. Then over here somewhere. Up in the sky? Nope. Any different wood from that? No, I've gotten that type of wood already. Well, I guess again, I will mark this and move on. Looks like it's probably a puzzle that I have to figure out. Probably dealing with that lightning, probably with whatever this is. Oh, hold on. Maybe it's just like usual. I have to use
still a long road.
Electricity in the area. If I just do that. Okay. Then, is there any others around the area? Just stuff up here. Oh, but this has a barrier.
Take this!
Can I walk through it? Nope. Can't walk through it. Maybe down below somewhere? Just looks like a treasure. Actually, these look different than the usual purple crystals that I'm used to. Amethyst. Okay, well. Grab him while I'm here. Said I wasn't going to get distracted, and yet here I am. Until I figure out what good they are, I will just mark it, assuming that they are important for some sort of crafting. Alright. Really, though, I am continuing on with the quest. I promise. It's been over a year since my son, Simon Giraud, had joined the army. He would write letters to us from time to time, and though he has not accomplished much of great note, he would relate everything that happened to him in the army, which comforted this old man's heart greatly. The war has continued apace, and my son, who has accomplished little, has stopped sending any letters. This lack of contact has greatly disturbed and wounded this old man's spirit. I beseech any who see this notice to help me search for my son. If you know of his whereabouts, whether he ekes out some existence somewhere, or has had the fortune of dying for his nation, please let me know, that I may have peace in my heart. If you have anything to discuss, I, Simon Katsumi, give you my sincere thanks. Well, I mean, if I come across something like that, certainly. A lot of these, though, just seem a bit of background to let you know like what's happened in the past, and somebody standing in the middle of the road, I guess. What is this? Summon Electrogranum. Alright, what does this do then? I don't know. But there are sure a lot of sigils. Oh. What's that? Alright, retreated behind the shield. I guess I will not be able to do that. Or maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't know. Should be able to grab this one though. Maybe. Maybe not. Got it. This way some more, I guess. Yeah. It seems like there's a bunch more things for me to look for, but I think that might be just because everything's a little more compact on the islands. There's not a big area like in the Earth area. Huh? That's a fairly large fox compared to all the others I've seen. There's a viewpoint. Always like seeing these. It's added to the archive, but I'm not quite certain where that is off the top of my head. There are a lot of menu things to look through though, so that's okay. We got some of these things. So I've got. Does that hit both? It did hit both. Awesome. Alright, are we in? No, this is beginning of the town. Not quite town proper. I suppose I might make a quick stop at some of these stores to see if there's anything new I can get, or if it's all just the same stuff. I assume like this is going to be similar to what I already can do. A lot of my plate right now, I can only talk to you while I work. Would you like to buy a weapon, or do you have a forging request? Well, let's see what you got. And that looks like all the same stuff as usual. And I think this is just based on what I can do. So, yeah, that all looks the same. Oh, here we are, amethyst. Okay, so I can make more of these crystals. Nice. Another option other than the normal crystals, or whatever they're called. Some masks. And one of those little weather ghosts. I forget what they're called. Shrine along the way. Oh, here's one of these things. Can I get... I can. I'll get that later, though. And I'm hearing quests pop up all over the place. Another waypoint. Groceries. All your wishes granted in this one place. Say Sukumomono. Sukumomono. I'd like to make a purchase. What do we got here? Salt, pepper, standard stuff. Rice, shrimp, tofu. What is this? I'll purchase one. Just to know that I can get it. Maybe it'll unlock something. Go to the Adventurers Guild. Right, because it's Catherine. Probably the same Catherine as from the other ones. I don't know if it's the same or if it's supposed to be her cousin that works in Inazuma. Like, who is it? Nurse Joy in Pokemon. Like, there's a Nurse Joy in every single Pokemon Center. Or, I think the police officer might be the same way. But, yeah. Hello. Have you recent adventures been going smoothly? You could say so. But expect no less of you. Keep that up, and I'm sure you'll be a most excellent adventurer. Speaking of which, the guild is currently looking for adventurers to explore Seidai Island. Would you be interested? Seidai Island? Yes, it is an island to the south of Narukami Island, with some parts of the island being subject to constant windstorms that have impeded the guild's exploration work thus far. I thought I was just gonna get a conversation about how this Catherine is like the other Catherines. Well, we have sent two adventurers, Miss Aiko and Mr. Taitsuke, to remain on Seidai Island, and investigate a way to calm the storm. I'm afraid they haven't come up with any leads thus far. If you're interested, go to Seidai Island and have a look. It has also been said that the island is full of buried treasure. That said, please be careful while you explore Seidai Island. After all, we have yet to determine the cause of those storms. Okay, well, I will do that at some point. I don't know which one of these islands is that, but I'm guessing it's the one that has the big storm on top of it. What else do we have? Any new recipes? Come try Shimura's fine cuisine. Like to see the menu. Serve great local cuisine, satisfaction guaranteed. Oh, quite a bit of recipes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Looks like I'm gonna be spending a lot of my off time crafting a bunch of food. I don't know if it's any better than the food I already have, but it's different food. They sell crabs here. I know I need some of them to finish up some recipes. I probably shouldn't be buying stuff because money is hard to come by as it is. Every time I level up my characters, it seems like I'm always running low. I think last time I was down to probably 80,000 gold. Okay, crafting benches here. Okay. More food over here. I've lost track of where I'm supposed to go. Already passed it. Okay.
Special yakitori for sale. Come and try some.
This place. Oh, it's you I'm supposed to talk to. Okay.
According to the letter, this should be the place.
Sorry, we don't serve the general public. I'm afraid you'll have to leave.
Wait! We're not the general public.
Well then, you must be a couple of wandering outlanders that snuck into the nation, judging by your attire.
Are our clothes really so... what Paimon means to say is...
Here's our invitation letter.
The Yashiro Commission's seal. This must be from Mr. Toma. It seems there's more to you than meets the eye. In which case, welcome to the Komore Tea House, a safe haven for the Yashiro Commission.
Well, that sounds more like it.
Alright, enter the tea house.
Well, now that we're here, where's Toma? Paimon doesn't see him anywhere. Do you think he forgot his promise to meet us?
Who forgot their promise? I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me.
What? Is that dog talking to us?
Relax, no need to look so surprised. I take it this is the first time you've seen me in this form?
So you're a dog?
Huh. So you didn't see anything like this when you were in Liyue Harbor?
Now that you mention it, this does suddenly seem less out of the ordinary.
But it still doesn't really add up.
Alright, I've had my fun.
Hey! You're this close to getting an ugly nickname, mister!
Well, I've had some time to kill, given that I've been waiting here for you for so long, as was the case in Rito. So I came up with this little fun greeting for when you arrived. But in all seriousness, I would like to apologize about that little test you went through earlier. Though it was quite necessary. It helped us determine whether or not to bring you before Miss Kamisato, and whether you had the courage to face the lightning alongside us.
Don't think that Paimon's gonna forgive you just because you're getting all serious now.
Sorry, did I overdo it? My apologies.
So, how did we do in our test?
Let me just say this. You've often found yourself skirting the rules from the very beginning, haven't you?
A lot of times by necessity to accomplish my goals, I guess.
Naturally, this is due to your unwavering and resolute determination. A long time ago, we had a friend who was much the same. But when the lightning struck...
You mean Kazuha's friend?
Ah, so you've heard of his story. His light still burns all the more brightly.
So will we be allowed to meet the Shirsagi Himegimi?
Yes, of course. I will bring you to the Kamisato residence where the Yashiro Commission is located. But before that, there is one other place I was hoping you both would accompany me to.
Oh? Where?
I would like you to come with me to the statue of the omnipresent god. It's still under construction now, but you can already see it from practically anywhere on Narukami Island.
Statue of the omnipresent god. So, back outside, I guess. Alright, that's up there. Give me just one moment. I need to check something real quick. All right, sorry about that. Up the road. Quite a lot of nice scenery, I guess. I do like the different colors of the trees. Got flowers here. Random event. Feed the puppy. Yes. There's dog over. How'd it get over here? And it looks really hungry too. Let's get it something to eat. There we go. Add this to the important things on the map. You can actually go eat it. There we go. As I mentioned before, I tried to do this with, I know it may not have
Cold beer after a hard day's work.
any significance for the game,
like it.
but, you know, they give you the opportunity to feed a pet, you feed a pet. Now I guess there is 2 dogs that like to be fed. There were some foxes in the mountains. I fed them for a few days in a row. I thought I could keep doing it, but apparently they gave me a treasure of some sort, and it obliterated their feed bowl, so I can't feed the foxes anymore. But I still feed the dogs every time I log in, that it allows me to. I think it's like once a day or something. Do we have anything good here? Hello, seeing anything you like? Can't find the right one? I'll have it custom made for you. I'd like to buy a few things. Let me see what you need, dear customer. My sincere apologies, but we are still in the midst of arranging for goods that you require. Our capacities are limited, and it will take some time for the goods to be restocked. So please do come again then. Okay. So I guess I have to wait a bit before you have stuff for me to buy from you. That's fine. I thought it might be a bit early to do that anyway, so. Another waypoint. But here's a statue. Oh, I am going to the statue. See, the statue looks different. Looks like it's got the 7 elements in its wing or something. So that'd be what? Earth, water, wind, dendro, lightning, pyro. What am I forgetting? Oh well. We're here.
This area sure feels gloomy. People probably don't come here often, do they? Huh? Are Paimon's eyes playing tricks? Or are there things embedded in the statue?
Visions.
Visions? You mean all the visions that are collected from the Vision Hunt decree are put into this statue?
So you've already heard of the Vision Hunt decree.
Why did the Shogun issue the Vision Hunt decree?
Before I try to explain, I should perhaps remind you first that Mondstadt is the city of freedom, and Liyue is the city of contracts. As for Inazuma, it's known as the Nation of Eternity. The Raiden Shogun is both the nation's most powerful ruler and its deity. The Eternity in question is her endless and unchanging will to rule over Inazuma. As such, she relies on the Tri-Commission to regulate the nation's affairs and the Sakoku Decree to limit the people's movement. The Shogun wishes to keep Inazuma in stasis, allowing the stream of time to flow from one end to the other without disturbing it for all time.
Seems like every god has their own will.
Of course, this is my own limited understanding. As for the reason behind the recent Vision Hunt decree, perhaps the Shogun believes that visions grant people the power to change, and that her eternity doesn't allow for such instability to exist.
Which makes you wonder what's going to happen when she finds out about me, the main character. Because I have powers of vision, but I don't have a vision myself.
Whatever the case, the fact is that the Raiden Shogun has dispatched the Tenryou Commission to scour the nation for visions, embedding each one in this statue. And this statue of the omnipresent god can be seen as Inazuma's symbol of eternity.
Okay, it is also good to notice that each side is different. So it's not like you have one of each element on each side. I do like that. I didn't see the left side of the statue when I first came up, so it's good to know.
If that's the case, wouldn't you say that the Raiden Shogun is being, oh, I don't know, selfish?
Only outlanders such as yourselves would ever dare speak out so directly against the Raiden Shogun. And yet, I agree. The Vision Hunt decree is something that simply should not exist. And Miss Kamisato has been committed to fighting it since the day it was announced.
Interesting.
Huh? Hey, are you okay? You look like your mind is elsewhere.
What was that sound just now?
Sound? What sound? I didn't hear anything. Did something happen?
Yeah, you touched the statue, and then what?
I could hear the sound of people's aspirations.
Aspirations? That would seem to confirm the saying. Have you heard it before? That when a person's ambition reaches a certain strength, the gods look upon them with favor. That is where visions come from. In other words, a person's vision represents their ambition. So if what you just said is true, then the ambitions of these people are stronger than I imagined.
So a vision symbolizes ambition and not power.
All right, time for the next stop on our tour of Narukami Island, the Kamisato residence.
Finally!
Alright, so are there 7 on each side? 3, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 there. 3, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. So 14. If this is the only statue, I mean, true. 14 isn't a large number, but it probably is as far as vision wielders are concerned.
Commoners are forbidden from entry.
Oh, no commoners allowed in there, huh? Well, let me just grab this teleport. And it looks like we're heading back. Oh. We're heading all the way over there, huh? Alright. What's the quickest way? There isn't really. Just gotta travel across the land, I guess. Oh, let's go. Right. There's all these that I either can't find or can't get yet. I'll check them out off stream. Hopefully I don't get too distracted in my trip across the island. What do we have out here? Some... What is this? Lilac? Looks like there are some bandits of sorts. Different than other places. And then Abyss Mages looks like... I think I saw some Hilichurls over there somewhere. Is this one easy to get? Well, I don't see it off at first glance, so just do what I have been doing. Mark it and move on. Gonna run out of markers eventually. Oh, what's this? No.
Lightning flash!
Nope. Okay. Oh, hello. You guys gonna attack? I suppose this would be better to fight you guys. Oh, ow. First time fighting these things. I haven't run into electrical ones yet. Where's the other one? There it is. Let's get my healer back out here again.
Wish me luck. We can do it.
I'm worried that Beto isn't going to be as useful out here as she has been in other areas just because she's lightning. And so I'm guessing a lot of these encounters might be immune to her damage. But we'll see. This does look pretty nice. The Sacred Forest in the moonlight. I've got another one of these electro baubles. But I can certainly grab this, I think. Doesn't seem like it's going to be difficult for this one. Alright. Now is this an actual path that leads somewhere? I think it looks like it. Something's making noise. Okay. Looks like something's leading me up this way, but there are a lot of enemies over here that I don't necessarily want to deal with at the moment. So we'll just go around. Unless it was leading me right up over here. Guess this is... Was this where it was going? Maybe. What am I picking up? Oh. This thing. A spin crystal. Found a few of those. Not really sure what they're used for yet, but I guess I'll find out eventually. Over this way, some berries. You can find them pretty much everywhere, I guess. It is leading me up this way. But it won't let me get too close. So, my destination. The Kamisato residence. Looks like... I forget what that triangle symbol means, but it looks like that's here. Is that who I'm supposed to talk to? No. I'm supposed to go over here. Hello. I guess you'll just let me enter. Okay.
So, this is the kind of place where the big shots of Inazuma live, huh? Paimon kinda expected it to be snazzier.
It's hard to top the Jade Chamber. Dawn Winery. I think the Jade Chamber was a little bit more impressive than the Dawn Winery. There's a bit more going into that, you know, having to get it to be able to float, whatnot. That, and we had a part in remaking it, I guess.
Welcome
Excuse
at
me.
last to the Kamisato residence, honored guest. Miss Kamisato is delighted to finally meet you.
Is this the Shirasage Himegimi you keep going on about? So, where's she at? Oh, behind the screen?
Yes. As the daughter of the Yashiro Commission, this is how Miss Kamisato is accustomed to receiving guests. Consider it a time-honored tradition within the Yashiro Commission. Forgive me if this is an unwelcome surprise.
I think I understand.
Makes sense. She's a super important person after all.
Please forgive my lack of courtesy for receiving you in this fashion, especially following such a long and wearisome journey over the sea. I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation, and Toma assures me that you do indeed possess the power to change the tide of the times. At present in Inazuma, in the name of the Vision Hunt Decree, the people's aspirations are being senselessly trampled underfoot. Though the Yashiro Commission serves the Shogun, it is the people with whom we share close bonds, given the contact we are required to have with them in the performance of our duties. A commission's power rises and falls with the trust of their people. Thus, we cannot remain indifferent to this situation without also remaining indifferent to our own fate. Traveler, lend us your power, and we can...
I'm just here to meet the Raiden Shogun, or I did not come to start a rebellion. I mean, both are pretty much the same, but I would prefer to be straight and honest when I can be, so I'm just here to meet the Raiden Shogun.
Oh.
That's been my goal the entire time, you know. Meet with the gods of the area to find out information about what happened in the past.
See, milady, it's just like I said. This will take us nowhere.
I'm gonna leave now, apparently.
No, please, wait! Please, don't go!
What?
I will introduce you to the Raiden Shogun on one condition. You must fulfill 3 small wishes on my behalf.
What are your wishes?
They pertain to 3 whose visions were taken from them. Perhaps once you've met them, you will understand.
Traveler listens while she tells the story of the 3 visionless people.
A warrior who guards a village, a former samurai who helped carry out the Vision Hunt decree, and a swordmaster determined to become the best in the world. Does Paimon got that right?
It's interesting to note that one of them are someone that helped carry out the Vision Hunt.
Correct. Please do all you can to help them. I will await your return here.
This is a tall order.
Then you have my gratitude.
I'm sure you'll do great.
We'll see. Meaning of meaningless waiting. Okay. Looks like there's another something over here somewhere. Where would that be? Is there a... Looks like there might be something underneath. Where am I headed first? Alright, back to that village. Now let me take a quick look under here, see if I can... Yep, there we are. This thing's over here again. Interesting. Alright, well, there's a bunch of these things around, I guess. So I'll just mark that one and head over to this village.
Let's see. Where's the person Ayaka told us about?
Why are you doing this? Why leave all of a sudden, after all these years?
Precisely. It's much too sudden. We've had no time to prepare. The children are desperate for you to take them out to play. Please, we urge you to reconsider.
That must be the guy Ayaka told us about. Let's go over and see.
Over here. Okay. My hero?
Ah, you must also be here to try and convince Tejima to stay.
And what's happened?
Tejima has protected this place ever since he arrived here 30 years ago. Keeping out the treasure hoarders, fending off any monsters that draw near, resolving quarrels between the villagers. He has put an enormous amount of work into looking after this place, and we all think the world of him. But now, all of a sudden, he says he plans to leave us. We can't help but wonder, was it something we did? We will gladly apologize if that's the case. All we want is for him to stay.
So why the change?
If you want my opinion, something to do with the Vision Hunt decree. It's clear that Tejima had done nothing wrong, and still they confiscated his vision. After that, he became a completely different person. I can't claim to fully understand it, but I could tell that he'd lost something very important to him. He went off on a walk, alone, circled the village a few times, and then out of the blue, he announced that he was going to leave and become a wanderer. Truth be told, we aren't sure whether trying to keep him here is the right thing to do. But equally, it doesn't feel right to let him leave when he's in this state. He's a lost soul.
Seems like he's a well-respected guy around here.
Seems like it. Tejima.
You must be Tejima. So what's made you want to up and leave all of a sudden?
Me? It's not a question of why I want to leave, but a question of what reason I would have to stay.
You've lived here for a long time, where everyone depends on you. Let's go with everyone depends on you. Sounds like it, at least. Also, over in the background, it looks like a bunch of Earth chips are floating up. I don't know what's going on there.
True, but that's not why I chose to stay here. And what made me want to come here 30 years ago? And why have I never wanted to leave in all that time? I don't have answers to those questions because I can't remember anymore. Ever since they took my vision away, it's like a slice of my memory is gone. In the past, I knew I wanted to stay here. But whatever resolve I had then, it's gone now. So I thought, what's to stop me from moving around instead? The emptiness inside me will be there either way.
Okay. Well, in that case, if we help you rediscover the reason you chose to stay, you won't need to leave anymore, right? But if you can't remember anything, it's not gonna be easy. Oh, maybe if you just try a little harder to remember, then it'll all come flooding back?
Oh, that reminds me. Last time I brought Tejima some fruit, I do believe I saw him writing in a diary.
I keep a diary? If you say so. I honestly can't seem to remember.
Oh, yes, you do. And what's more, I remember you saying at the time that you wanted to make a note of a few interesting things. Things which would prove very important at a later date.
Perfect! So if we want to keep Tejima from leaving, we just need to find his diary. It must be around here somewhere. Let's take a look.
If you don't mind, we will leave you to find the diary. We should head back to the village to inform the others of Tejima's situation.
Okay, well, if this is a common occurrence of losing the vision, I wonder what would happen if he got back in proximity to his lost vision. I know he isn't allowed to have it back, but perhaps he could go visit the statue at the least. Find the clues to his memory. Is that... Okay, that's over here. Sometimes it's hard to see destinations on the mini-map there. But I guess this is it.
This looks like Tejima's diary, all right. Let's see what we have here. Today, the villagers and I got together to cook dry braised salted fish. I messed up and burned mine a little, so I had to pretend that it was black snakehead instead. Today, I helped rescue a kid who had fallen in the water. After I pulled him out, he told me that his best friend Bamboo was still in the water. I searched the water the whole afternoon before finding out that Bamboo was the name of his pet crab. I went kite flying today. The string broke, so I chased after it as fast as I could. I soon realized I was never going to get it back, so I just found somewhere to sit and watch as it flew away into the distance. Seems like your average diary of daily village life. Huh? Wait, there's more! I went to pray at the shrine again today and stayed there a while. The Omamori you gave me has faded a little, but it is still my most treasured possession. Now that's the kind of info we're looking for. Time to pay a visit to the shrine.
Okay, shrine is this way, I guess. Yeah, right here. Examine the marks.
So this is the Omamori Tejima wrote about. Interesting. Looking at the color and the design, Paimon would have thought it belonged to a child. But anyway, if he had this with him all the time, there's a chance some of his elemental energy remained on it. Do you think that it might come in handy?
It could. I suppose with a quick elemental vision, I could have seen if there was some energy left on it. Oh. Maybe I should look at what my objective is. Just off this way somewhere. Nope, but I'm outside of the area now. Alright, I passed it. Okay, so is it inside? Can I go inside? No. Oops. Checking something.
Here we are! This seems to be somewhere that Tejima visited a lot. The soil looks like it's been disturbed. Maybe Tejima buried something precious here. Something that kept him in the village all these years? Must be something pretty amazing if it made him stick around for 30 years. Let's dig it up and take a look. It looks like a letter. The paper's gone yellow. Must have been written a really long time ago. Konda Village. Sounds so familiar. Where is that place again?
Letter says, if we become separated during war, go wait for me in Konda Village. There will be a safe home for us there. Where's this place again? It's here.
Huh. So the reason Tejima came here was to wait for someone. But he's been here for 30 years. Oh, guess they didn't show up in the end, huh? Well, let's go give Tejima his stuff back and take it from there.
There we go.
Well, I'll be. That's certainly my handwriting. And I guess the Omamorian letter belonged to me too. But I have no memory of anything that's written in this diary. Still, it's clear that I was waiting for someone here, and that I chose to wait for 30 years. Over the years, I must have made a note of anything interesting. Anything that I could share with her when we were finally reunited. And just look at all the things that did happen over the years. The time has flown by so quickly. 30 years feels like the blink of an eye. How could I have forgotten something so important to me? Now that I think about it, when my vision was taken from me, it felt like I'd suddenly been hollowed out. Love, regret, everything I felt for her, it's all disappeared.
Does that make you feel sad?
No, not especially. After all, I've forgotten who she was. Her face, her voice, the things we experienced together. I barely recall any of it. It's as if she'd never been in my life to begin with. As if all these years have been nothing but a hazy dream.
So do you still plan on leaving?
I think maybe not. If this is something I waited most of my life for, I suppose I should carry on waiting. Although, what if she were to turn up eventually, only to find I didn't remember so much as her name? Wouldn't that be upsetting for her?
I mean, maybe, but I'd think that it would be less upsetting than her not finding you.
When I think about it like that, I do feel a slight tinge of sadness in my heart. How curious. Why am I thinking like this when I don't even remember who she is? It's just like that feeling of emptiness, the feeling that something is missing. Thank you both for helping me reconnect with my reason for staying here. I shall remain here and keep waiting for her.
Tejima seems to be dealing okay, but still, it makes Paimon really sad.
Losing a reason to feel sad is maybe the saddest thing of all.
Seems it's just like Ayaka and Toma were saying. If you lose your vision, you lose all your hopes and dreams too. That certainly explains the state Tejima was in earlier. At least we were able to help him, weren't we? Well, let's go find the next person. According to Miss Kamisato, the second one who lost their vision is a samurai from the Tenryou Commission.
Okay. But this does raise some interesting differences. Previously, when we were trying to get here, there was a competition, and during that competition we found out about I forget exactly what they called it, but I think it was a masterless vision, which is completely different than these visions that are being confiscated, for lack of a better term. Like, these that are confiscated are still, they still have their energy with it, so there's still some kind of connection going on there. I wonder if they're gonna bring that to light in some way, I guess, because I mean, it may not actually happen, but there may be some sort of resolution to it. I don't know. I guess I'll find out.
They say the Tenryou Commission is directly controlled by the Shogun. They're the ones responsible for maintaining law and order in Inazuma, the ones actually enforcing the Vision Hunt decree. But why would they take action against one of their own? Paimon doesn't get it. Huh? There seems to be some commotion over there. Let's go see what's happening.
I'll ask one more time. Do you intend to withhold this month's emergency provisions?
The entire clan is counting on that food. We demand an explanation.
How many times do I have to say it? I don't know anything about emergency provisions.
You dare deceive us? Those provisions are essential. Do you understand? Not some goods to be pocketed by greedy samurai.
You samurai think you can just do whatever you please? The Tenryou Commission will hear of this.
Emergency provisions? Like emergency food?
Oh, huh? And who are you? One of Kurosawa's gang, no doubt.
What? We just happened to be passing by. We heard the commotion and came to see what the matter was.
I see. You seem to have come just at the right time. Perhaps you can help us settle this matter. This is Kurosawa. He's a samurai and a member of the Shogun's army. They issue emergency provisions to the area, and he's the one responsible for distribution. In the past, we'd simply ask him for provisions and everything would be delivered. Now, he suddenly refuses to give us anything. He's keeping the provisions for himself, I just know it. We'll starve without them.
No one seems to care about us. We used to think Kurosawa was a kind man, but he's shown his true colors. He's the same as all the other samurai. It's no wonder all the visions have been confiscated. The Raiden Shogun doesn't need people like him helping her rule the nation.
This must be one of the people Ayaka asked us to help. But why would she ever want us to help someone like him? Maybe we should talk to Kurosawa and see what he has to say.
Yeah, that would be the logical thing to do.
I've never even heard of these emergency provisions. I don't know whether it's rumors or whether they're trying to blackmail me. But either way, it's ridiculous. If I was hoarding supplies, would I still be the poor man I am today? My own family can barely get by as it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got other matters to attend to.
We heard that you lost your vision recently.
And that's the first bit of truth I've heard all day. The Shogun's army told me that I was unworthy of my vision. And they said I was slacking off in my work. Apparently, I'd even disappointed the Raiden Shogun. And that's why they confiscated my vision.
Well, that's strange. You were helping enforce the Vision Hunt Decree. Why would you be unworthy of your vision?
To be perfectly honest, I don't seem to remember the details. All I know is that I would perform certain things every month. But I don't recall what they were. And it's not just that. I have this unsettling feeling, like someone owes me something.
Does it have to do with the missing emergency provisions?
I didn't take any. Like I said, if I was taking them for myself, I wouldn't be going through such hard times right now. To top it all off, my house was just raided by treasure hoarders, which is why I came here in the first place. I was chasing after them when I got held up by these two. If you don't believe me, go find the treasure hoarders yourself. If there were any emergency provisions to be had, they would have found them.
Huh. He seems to be telling the truth. But we better confirm. Let's go round up those treasure hoarders and see what they have to say. We should be able to follow their tracks. They couldn't have gone too far.
Alright, time to look for tracks, I guess. No? Just head to the destination. Okay. Don't climb on every single thing. Let's see. We're headed off in this direction, I guess. No, nothing yet. Oh, there's some treasure hoarders. Let me see what these plants are first. I don't think I've come across them yet. Seagrass. And I guess it's a fairly small area. These are probably the ones that I'm looking for. Okay.
We really outdid ourselves this time. All those samurai houses packed with goods. We really hit the jackpot. I mean, besides that one house.
You haven't seen anything yet. There'll be a lot more where this came from. Today's just the beginning. I'll be leading you all on an epic journey of pillage and plunder that will go down in hoarder history. You demand, boss!
These seem like the treasure hoarders we're after. Let's teach them a lesson!
I suppose. And we could just go up and ask questions first.
Another test subject. Picked the wrong test subject.
Oh, there goes all the Mora. We worked hard to steal that, you know? Come on, boss. Think of something.
Not bad, kid. You ever think of joining the treasure hoarders? We could use someone like you.
Forget it. tell us what you know about Kurosawa.
Kurosawa? Oh, I remember. So he's the one who sent you after us, huh? Just our luck. I knew he shouldn't have hit that place.
So what did you see inside? Was it stuffed with food supplies?
Food supplies? You kidding? That place was a complete mess. All we found was a strange-looking box, hopefully with valuables inside. I didn't want anyone else to see it, so I was planning on opening it myself once we got back. But now that you've caught us, how about we make a deal? That little box for our freedom. What do you say?
You've got a deal. Now show us what's in the box.
Huh? What the?
There's nothing in here but IOUs!
Yeah, a lot of them too. And they all seem to be made out to the owner of a general goods store, a Miss Aoi. We're talking tons of Mora here. We better talk to this Miss Aoi and get to the bottom of this. As for you guys, you're free to go. Just pray that our paths don't cross again.
Yes, of course. So, we redeemed ourselves for some IOUs. Does that mean we broke even?
Shut it. Let's just get out of here.
You guys just ran towards the water. Yeah, you guys just ran that way. All right. How far is this away? Is it... I suppose we can teleport. Save a few minutes.
Welcome to Tsukumomono Groceries. We've got everything you need. Can I help you find something? Or perhaps there's something you want to inquire about?
About these IOUs.
Ah, so you're friends of Kurosawa, I take it? Perhaps you're here to pay off his debts.
I mean, I guess it depends on how much it is.
Whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're just here to learn where they all came from. How did Kurosawa end up owing you so much money? Did he buy anything super expensive here?
Let me think. Kurosawa would come regularly to purchase large quantities of foodstuffs. He'd always put the payment on his own account. However, the price of provisions began to skyrocket recently, and his salary was no longer enough to cover the cost. So, he started writing out IOUs to cover whatever he couldn't afford of the usual amount.
At least he was paying you in part.
So that's how he was getting those emergency provisions. But why did he have to purchase a usual amount? If the prices increased, couldn't he just buy less?
Well, if you think about it, the citizens receiving the emergency provisions must have been carefully calculating how much they needed to sustain them each time. Kurosawa thought that it would be quite the disappointment for them if they found they didn't have enough, especially after such long and careful planning. So he deemed it necessary to take on the debt rather than let the people down.
I mean, that's good and all, but at the same time, you should probably inform them that, hey, the prices are going up, and you know, it's not something you can continue to do on your own. But I also see the other way too.
Wow. Kurosawa was purchasing all the emergency provisions at his own expense. And no one ever appreciated what he did. They just complained and held him accountable.
Well, again, they didn't appreciate what he did because he didn't tell them that's what he was doing. If they had known that he was covering the costs that they couldn't, then perhaps they would have been different.
People's attitudes will always reflect their circumstances. In the face of hardship, nobody cares to think twice. If you ask me, had Kurosawa told everyone the truth about the supplies from the start, then there wouldn't be such a severe backlash now.
I mean, partially, yes. I agree. That's kind of what I was just saying.
Of course, I'm sure there would still have been some unrest. What he was doing was truly a thankless deed. As for why he chose to spend his own money on emergency provisions and never tell anyone, I'm still not too clear myself. If you're still curious, why don't you go ask him yourself?
Unfortunately, he doesn't remember.
I see. That reminds me, it seems that his vision was recently confiscated. Most unfortunate. If he doesn't clear the debt on his name, he'll have no choice but to sell that sword that is so dear to him.
Sword? What sword?
Oh, didn't he tell you? He possesses a very valuable blade. He's carried it for years now. I've asked him about its origins. He told me that it was a gift from his father, that it was too precious to sell. In hindsight, I regret that I never made an offer on it. Everything has its price, at least that's what I think. Why don't you ask him about the sword yourself? Perhaps it'll even provide you with the answers you're looking for. Oh, but before you go, if you would kindly settle today's bill.
But we didn't buy anything!
Information is also a kind of commodity, wouldn't you agree?
Well, yes, but not when you say you want to be paid after giving the information. That's something that you would bargain before handing out the information.
Don't worry, I won't charge much for information about Kurosawa. Nothing we ever discussed was explicitly confidential anyway. Oh, let me think. 2,000 mora should be a fair price.
I mean, it's fair enough, but what would you do if I didn't have it?
At least we now know where the emergency provisions were coming from. Plus, we found out that Kurosawa has a priceless sword in his possession. Let's go talk to Kurosawa again and see if he can remember anything.
I mean, granted, I don't know my exact amount of money I have on hand, but I don't even know if they charged me 2,000. About the same distance, I guess. But it does kind of raise another question, like, comparably, how valuable is, say, the sword that he has compared to the weapons that we have in the party? Like, the blacksmith makes weapons that are equivalent of a 2-star weapon. So would the sword that he has be considered a 3-star, or as much as a 4 or 5-star? I don't know.
What are you doing here all by yourself? Where did those other two go?
I presented them with a choice. Either they left or I drew my sword. They left. It turned out to be a real time saver, actually. Perhaps I should start using it more often. Did you manage to track down the treasure hoarders? Everything I said was true, right?
Actually, I recount the encounter.
That just about sums it up. It turns out that you really were distributing emergency provisions, but they were all purchased at your own expense.
Strange. Is that really the kind of person I was? I don't really have any such recollection. Even after all you've told me, I still don't remember anything. Why was I purchasing emergency provisions for everyone? And why would I put myself in such a difficult situation? I really don't understand. But I cannot deny that when I brandished my sword to scare those two away, I could sense that my body was somehow reluctant to do so.
And here's one of those answers, or questions, I guess, that The first and the second seem to pair together. So that sword, might I take a look?
This sword was once wielded by my father. I remember once when I was young, I wanted to sneak out with the blade and show it off to the kids next door. My father ended up catching me in the act and scolded me severely. What did he say? I can't seem to remember that either. It would seem that I forgot many important things when my vision was taken from me. So many memories gone. Forever. No matter how hard I try to remember, all I can remember now is my father telling me that this blade bore his life's creed. Before he passed away, he placed the sword in my hands and said to me, "With this sword, you should..."
Hey, if you look carefully, there seems to be some words engraved on the hilt. Can you recognize the words?
The words are virtue and justice.
Virtue and justice? Somehow those two words seem to explain everything now. Taking on seemingly endless debts to make others happy. I guess that must have been my greatest ambition after all. But what use are virtue and justice? I purchased the provisions for those in need. And look how things ended up. The Tenryo Commission seized my vision. And the very people I was so desperately trying to help refused to understand me. And the irony of all of it is, I somehow still felt sorry when threatening them with my blade. I'm incapable of being a good person, yet I'm equally unable to be bad. I don't know what to do with myself.
Yet another troubled soul. When we get the chance, let's speak to Toma about Kurosawa's debt. The Yashiro Commission would surely help cover his expenses. In any case, we must never let him sell off that sword.
Losing a vision is no trifling matter.
Yeah, seems like losing all ambition is a terrible experience. Fortunately for us, you don't have a vision. Let's go find the next poor soul.
I guess another thing to consider too is, like, what about the other side of the situation? Like, there's gotta be some... I mean, there is some reason that this is being done. And I guess just having that come to light just requires me to continue on and find out later.
The person who had their vision taken is supposed to be a famous sword master around these parts. Hyman heard that he's the present-day master of Meikyo Shisui art. Sounds pretty impressive. This is his dojo. Luckily, there's some people around. Let's go talk to them.
Nanako, don't worry. Sensei will be fine. Those thugs that challenged the dojo were strong, but he fought them all off in the end, didn't he?
Maybe, but I'm still worried about him. Things have gotten dangerous before in the past, but it's never shaken him. This time, though...
It's just because he's been possessed, that's all. Once the exorcism has taken place, he'll be right as rain in no time.
Hey there! Did something happen?
Who are you? I don't care whether you're trespassers or just here to harass us while Sensei is impaired. Get out of here immediately! Don't make me draw my blade, or you won't live to regret it.
No! You got it so wrong! We just came here to,
We're here to become disciples. I mean, sure, I guess.
Disciples?
Yep. We've heard all about the mighty master of Meikyo Shisui art. It's the whole reason we came all this way, to seek him out and ask him to train us. But then we got here and overheard you talking about how he got possessed or something?
From the way you're dressed, it doesn't look like you're from around here.
I don't think it really looks like we're from anywhere. We have a fairly unique dress style, I think.
Please, accept my apologies. We've had so many people trying to cause us trouble recently that we're on high alert. You haven't arrived at the best of times, I'm afraid. Sensei got possessed recently, and he's still recovering. He's not able to take on any new disciples for the time being.
We can wait till he's recovered.
I see you are earnest in your pursuit. Okay, how about this? My fellow disciple Nanako and I will explain Sensei's situation to you in a little more detail. Then you can decide whether to stay or to leave. Sensei's name is Domon, a name I'm sure you've already heard. Though self-taught, he mastered the art of the sword to a high level. He then proceeded to defeat many other prominent sword masters, never losing a single fight. He once said that his goal was to become the best sword master in the world. And so, even while training us, he continued to hone his own art. His fervor truly inspired us, and we trained hard, determined to keep up with him. But then...
Not long ago, Sensei had his vision taken away. He hasn't been the same since. He says the strangest things over and over, and he refuses to let us train. Junya and I have discussed it, and we both think that he's been possessed by an evil spirit. So we've asked the shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine to perform an exorcism. But if I'm honest, I still have my doubts over whether he'll completely recover.
The Grand Narukami Shrine? What's that?
You haven't heard of it? It's the largest shrine on Narukami Island. The head shrine maiden is reputed to have very close ties with the almighty Shogun herself. Not that we'd have any means of involving the head shrine maiden, of course. But even one of the ordinary shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine would have clear power and authority to perform an exorcism. So don't worry, Nanako. Sensei is going to be just fine. The exorcism will take place this evening. You're both more than welcome to come and watch if you're interested.
So, losing your vision can cause possession? Guess we should come back this evening and see for ourselves.
Oh, I don't know if it caused possession. I think it's just... the way he's acting is not like anything that these two have ever seen before. I would say it's somewhat similar to the other two people, that they've just forgotten who they were and just have to deal with it as well as they can with what they can remember.
Our day's work. Nothing like it.
Alright, here we go.
Shh. So you decided to come. It's a good thing you didn't arrive any earlier. You would have had to witness Sensei in one of his fits of madness.
I haven't left this spot.
Just now, when Nanako was attending to him, she heard him whispering a few names to himself. When she asked him who the people were, he suddenly looked panic-stricken and pushed her away. It looked like he was in great distress. He was covering his ears and looking frantically around him with bloodshot eyes. All the while he kept calling those names. Some of them we knew, others we didn't recognize. But they all seemed to be the names of sword masters he had defeated in the past. One of them was Anzai. He used to be a fellow disciple of Sensei's, his senior, in fact. But Sensei defeated him in a duel many years ago, and he has been a wanderer ever since. Sensei wouldn't stop calling his name. Thankfully, the shrine maidens managed to subdue him, so the exorcism can finally continue. The ritual has now begun. All we can do is patiently await the result. Here's hoping Sensei will be back to his normal self very soon. Please, excuse me for a moment while I fetch some water. If he wakes up, he is sure to be thirsty.
Apparently that's him.
Huh? Who's that sneaking around? Uh-oh. Could they be here to mess up the exorcism? We won't let them get away with it. Come on, let's go after them.
Follow the traces. Well, this time they're being pointed out.
Seems they aren't here. Should we keep going further up? Is this definitely the right place? Let's look a little further up.
And continuing up. Oh, there's something on top of here, though. Grab that.
Aha! Suspicious person sighted! That's gotta be him!
How did you catch up with me so quickly? Are you sure you're Dolmon's disciples? You move even quicker than he does. Unless... I guess it's been a few years. Maybe his skills have improved again.
Guessing this is one of the people that he knew?
Excuse me? We're the ones asking the questions here. First off, who are you? And what are you doing sneaking around these parts? You seem like bad news, mister!
Bad news? I'll have you know I trained side by side with Domon back in the day, long before you ever showed up. I don't care to talk about that time anymore. But if you must know, I am Domon's senior.
His senior? Wait, that means you must be...
Anzai. Yes, that's me.
Why did you run?
Because I don't wish to see Domon or anyone else associated with him ever again. When we were young, we trained under the same swordmaster, studying Make-Yoshi Sui art together. I had begun training 5 years before him, and everyone looked up to me as a steady and dependable older disciple. Practitioners of Make-Yoshi Sui art seek to achieve stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. So the majority of disciples are indifferent to rank and reward. I was no exception. But Domon was different. The first thing he did when he joined was go straight to our sensei and ask him, with a beaming smile on his face, how to become the best in the world. Sensei scolded him and told him that the art of the sword should not be used for such vain ends. Sensei said that coveting the title of the best swordmaster, barely days into his training, showed that he had a fickle mind, and that this would impede him from ever mastering the blade.
Well, that may be true, but it's that same same ambition that got him a vision, I would say.
I thought so too at the time, but Domon began making swift progress in his training and even started catching up with me. Only then did I realize that it was Domon who had long since freed his mind from all agitation. He was consumed by his singular desire to become the best in the world. He sought nothing less than perfection in the art of the sword, and nothing could deter him from this goal, no matter what stood in his way.
Sure sounds like he meant business. So how come you don't want to ever see him again?
Because until he arrived, I was convinced that I would succeed our sensei as the master of Make-Yoshi Sui art. Of all the disciples, I was the most gifted. I had trained the longest. Everyone had high expectations for me.
Isn't what you're saying, like, you sound like you were the most gifted, you were trained the longest. Didn't you just say that you wanted to rid yourself of those kind of thoughts? Doesn't that, like, directly go against what you were just doing, or what you were just saying?
Domon's arrival changed everything. When we sparred, I lost not just the match, but my pride and my status too. I fled the dojo that day and never looked back. Later, I heard that he sparred with Sensei too. Sensei was advanced in years by then, and unfortunately that match used up every last ounce of energy in his body. After that, I wanted nothing further to do with him. Deep down, though, I still respected his mastery of the blade and his commitment to the art of the sword. So, when I heard rumors that he had lost his mind, my first reaction was to dismiss them as false. How could he, of all people, have lost his mind? His mind was the sharpest of them all. He had practiced Meikyo Shisui art to perfection. I decided to quietly come and see if it were true. Then, to my complete astonishment, I heard him call my name. I thought mine was a name he had long since forgotten.
Well, apparently, your name is something that's more on his mind than most anything else, because he remembers it even through him forgetting whatever he had known.
So you see, I came here not to cause him any harm. I just wanted to see for myself. Okay, you've heard my story. You should get back now. The exorcism is probably finishing.
Seems like we got it wrong this time. He wasn't here to mess up the exorcism at all. Still, Paimon's not sure we should bring him back with us. Let's go see how the exorcism's coming along.
Will do. Right back down here, I guess.
What? You're saying he isn't possessed? Does that mean he's just lost his mind? But how is that possible? No, I refuse to believe it. Something's clearly wrong.
Nanako, please. Try not to get agitated.
I am sorry. With what powers I have, I can find no sign of any malignant spirit having possessed Domon. But spirits may take a myriad of forms in this world, many of which I cannot claim to have witnessed myself. Thus, I dare not rule out possession with complete certainty. And all is certainly not lost, for I received word not long ago that Lady Yai has taken an interest in your sensei's case.
Lady Yai? Is that the same Lady Yai that I think you mean?
The head shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine? That's wonderful news! Then Sensei will be sure to recover.
Correct. Lady Yai is most knowledgeable indeed, and has abundant experience in the exorcism of evil spirits and aversion of great calamities. I am unable to say for certain whether an evil spirit has possessed your sensei, but Lady Yai can give a conclusive verdict.
Excuse me, Miss Inagi, but I must ask, should we prepare a greeting gift for Lady Yai?
That won't be necessary. All that is required of you is your timely arrival at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Lady Yai does not like to be kept waiting.
So, sounds like they have to go there rather than she come down here. Okay.
I must leave now, but we will meet soon at the shrine. I wish Domon a full and speedy recovery.
Who'd have thought Lady Yai herself would have taken notice of our sensei's case?
Do you mean to say that Sensei isn't renowned enough to deserve Lady Yai's attention?
No, that's not what I meant at all. You misunderstand me. I just mean this is Lady Yai, the head shrine maiden. She has direct and close contact with the almighty Shogun herself. Anyway, you should join us too, tomorrow. Given that you've traveled all this way just to meet our sensei, we, the disciples of Meikyo Shisui art, will do our best to help you.
I will gladly join you.
Sure! After all, everyone seems pretty excited about Lady Yai. We're curious to meet her too. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to find out a thing or two about the Raiden children from her.
Alright, so I guess we're heading up there already. I wasn't quite expecting that to be the case. Is there a path that leads up? Kind of. So, let's go back to this part of town.
If you ever want to trade tactics.
And we'll just start heading up this way, I guess. Again, I'll try not to get too sidetracked. Try not to get into too many encounters along the way. I'll kind of stick to the main road, but I might not be able to if it's to avoid encounters. And I guess this is the main road. That thing zips off over there. Okay. Wonder if those are this area's versions of the Sele. Oh, there's a hilichurl. There's a fox. Hello, fox. Wonder if it's the same fox. Wait, this isn't going the right way, is it? Nope, this is the wrong road. I need this road over here. I don't think this is the same one I was trying to go up earlier. Must not be, because there's one of these electro climbing on everything. I don't think there's anything around. So just snag that as I go up here. There's an electro mage. Is that where I'm trying to go? That one? Looks like it. Can I go around these guys? Okay, so it's right there. Should be able to grab this. Then climb up this side. Not exactly sure where the proper way to ascend is, but it probably has to deal with all of this just kind of floating into the sky. As this electric thingy. Whoops. I don't know what I was doing. I was looking up. Alright. Apparently, you do not want to go swimming in the water. Let me just fix this real quick. Yeah, it looks like Amber was taking some damage too. Alright, do not swim in the electric water. Got it. No, do not go diving back in.
Ready, steady, go!
Alright. I guess we'll try climbing first. See how this goes. Guessing I should stay away from all of that electricity. Actually, no, this road just leads back to Aruyume. There really isn't too obvious a way up except for climbing. Once I'm up there, of course, probably becomes very simple to see where I should have gone. But for now, I'm just gonna see if I can go the direct route. I fully expect to not be able to make it up this way, though. But it does look like there are a couple of places that I can stand and recover my energy. What was that noise? Was that just the background music, or was that a da-da-dun saying that I'm in combat? I don't see anything, so I'm going to continue upwards. Luckily, there's a few places I can just stop and rest. Trying to see if there is an obvious way I'm supposed to be taking, but again, it doesn't look like it. At least not yet. Seems like my voice is getting a bit raspy. I think I'm probably gonna finish up the quest and call it a night. Not sure how much longer is left, though. It has been quite the long quest as it is, so hopefully not too much longer. And I should still be able to make it up the next rock. Yeah, I'll just go up this way. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I have to go a little bit further over this way. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's climbable and what isn't. And this time I can't really jump because I'm not sure if I'll make it to this point or not. But I seriously did not think I would be going here quite so early. I figured I might have to go to a different island first, and then, oh, by the way, there's this person that you have to talk to back on this island. Oh, I've reached it. Oh, don't slip. That'd be horrible to slip and fall once you reach the top. Alright. Is this? Nope, that's not what I meant to hit, but still a good picture nonetheless. And now I don't have to climb up that way anymore. But I do want to take a quick look and see where they intended me to climb up in the first place. Because, yeah, this looks like it just ends right here. Oh, no, it goes further. Alright, there's a wind thing over there. And the foxes. I like how they're not just they don't just run away as soon as I try to get close. So okay. Looks like there was a way I'm supposed to get up here. I will take a look at that and figure it out later. For the moment, though, time to go into the shrine, it looks like. Oh, there's a merchant here. Or maybe behind the shrine? Behind the shrine. Oh, this is like the tree in Dragon Spine.
Do you think that's Lady Yi? Oh, no wonder Junior is so excited. She has a really striking presence. Also, is it just Paimon? Or did she look right at us just now?
Oh, I mean, if she has an elemental sight, then we would kind of stand out to her amongst all these other people.
It was probably nothing. It's not like she's ever seen us before.
Keep away. Keep away from me. I gave up the art of the sword. Please, let me go, I beg you.
As you can see, Lady Yi, Domon has persisted in this state for some time now. He appears to see those who have lost to him in duels past, gathered all around him to persecute him.
Lady Yi, it must be a possession, right? This is nothing like him at all. In the past, no matter what came his way, he would always face it with a confident smile.
I'm sorry. It is clear to me that your sensei is not possessed by any evil spirit.
But then does that mean he...
Yes. This is a change in the person himself. Unable to cope with the tremendous pressure he was under, he suffered a spiritual collapse. With his wits impaired, he finally descended into madness. As one who is thrown into the sea, though he fights back desperately against his predicament, it does nothing to prevent his descent into the depths. As for what has triggered this change, I believe it must be the loss of his vision. For to be stripped of one's vision is to be stripped of one's ambition.
Stripped of his ambition? But Lady Yi, even without his ambition, why should he suffer such a dramatic change? How does that explain his descent into madness?
Your school practices Meikyo Shisui art, does it not? Stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. What a fine notion that would be if any in this world could ever hope to achieve it. There was once one who claimed to be indifferent to rank and reward, and who fled enraged when defeated by his junior. And then there was an aged swordmaster who was aggrieved enough that he crossed blades with a disciple he himself had taught. Then, what of the one who crossed blades with his own sensei and beloved fellow disciple, and defeated them both? Can one truly remain unagitated, of still mind in moments such as these?
Lady Yi, I'm not sure I understand.
The path of the Swordmaster is filled with twists and turns. It is no small undertaking to pursue the position of greatest Swordmaster in the world. It requires one to take their sword firmly in both hands and cut down the hopes and dreams of others, even those of one's closest companions. Only a deep commitment to his ambition to become the best made it possible for him to rise above the pain of these encounters, to focus on the way ahead. When that ambition disappeared, he began to doubt himself. As he battled his growing anxiety, he slowly descended into the state you see him in now. Much like a certain fatally flawed friend of mine.
Poor Sensei. To think he's been suffering so greatly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Father, Sensei, Ansai.
That's enough.
Huh? Isn't that Ansai? Where did he come from? Did he follow us the whole way here?
Ansai, why are there two of you? Is that you or a ghost? You're here for revenge, aren't you? I knew it would come. I never should have.
You're right to assume that my feelings towards you are far from kindly. But I didn't come here to settle a score. It's been so long now that I made peace with it years ago. You did nothing wrong that day. I couldn't face the humiliation. That's why I ran. I don't think most of the people you beat along the way would hold it against you. On the contrary, when you cut our ambitions short, we entrusted them to you, in the hopes that they might carry you further. Now I know that we can't place our hopes in you any longer, since you've been stripped of your ambitions too. But that is no reason to strip them of theirs. Follow the way of the sword all the way to the highest peak. You taught them that, didn't you?
But what if one day, the same thing happens to them? I put everything I had into trying to become the best. But what if it was all a huge mistake right from the start?
The lady back here just seems like she's bored of the entire thing.
If there's a chance they'll end up like me one day, I'd rather they stay where they are now than go any further down this path.
Have you asked them what they think?
Sensei, after you rescued me from the hands of the pirates, I told myself I would follow in your footsteps for the rest of my days. I can't know whether I will suffer in my future as you do now. All I know is that here and now, in the present, I wish to continue. I want to keep going until the day that I can stand before everyone with my head held high and announce that I, like my sensei Domon before me, am a master of Meikyo Shisui art.
Nanako's far from the only one. Actually, all of us think that way.
Goodness. Well,
You see? You can place the ambition you once had in their hands. Being stripped of your ambition is something that's never happened to me, so I can't claim to understand it. But I do know what it feels like to have your ambitions crushed. That's what happened on the day that you so effortlessly defeated me. So, just as I once placed my ambitions onto you, it is time for you to release yours into their custody. You are not in the same position that I was. When I left, I had nothing to my name. But you have a great number of worthy disciples.
I understand. I'm sorry to have made you worry for me, and for the state of Meikyo Shisui art. I no longer have the resolve to become the best in the world. The emptiness and suffering inside of me will not abate, so I cannot hope to still my mind and be free of agitation. But as your sensei, I shall commit to imparting unto you everything I have learned in my life so far. This is my promise. And I humbly ask Anzai, my senior, to hold me to my word.
You can count on that. I'd be checking in on you occasionally anyway, just to make sure you hadn't lost your mind again. But I am now used to the life of a wanderer. I do not belong in the dojo anymore, so I will simply stop by once in a while to make sure you aren't cutting any corners with them. Well, don't just stand there staring at me. Say thank you to Lady Yai and then get yourself back home.
The disciples...
So even
something.
though his ambition was taken away, his disciples can take it over on his behalf. Guess that sort of solves this one, huh?
Yes, it seems as good a resolution as we can hope for.
Traveler, a moment, please. Lady Yai has some words for you.
Of course she does.
So, my intuition was correct. The wind that blows from afar carries fresh life to these shores. For us to meet now is premature. Nevertheless, you set foot on these islands at precisely the right moment.
Okay, can I continue?
I have high hopes for you, child. Don't disappoint me.
Ooh, Lady Yai seems to have taken a real interest in you. She seems super mysterious. Paimon's so curious what she really meant by all that. We can come back to it another time. For now, we should go report back to Miss Kamisato.
Okay. Back to Kamisato, I guess. And Yai is no longer over there. Wonder where she has gone to. Like I had made mention that I like how during events they bring out characters and they have them standing around just in different places. Like I mentioned, Sino outside of the card house, but at the same time, during the main story, you don't necessarily see them anywhere. Like they're supposed to be around. Like Gina's supposed to be in her office, but you can never just see them. I guess just in the world. They only seem to appear during events or during the special events. So it's a bit back and forth, but still, it's good. I would like to see more of them just standing around in the world, though. Enter the headquarters.
Oh, Ayaka! Guess who fulfilled all your wishes? Huh? Ayaka!
Huh? Huh?
Traveler, Paimon. It is a pleasure to finally meet you both face to face. I have heard all about how you helped our three friends. My sincerest thanks to you.
Actually, we didn't really help at all. The damage done by losing a vision can't be completely undone. From my perspective, though, we didn't really help at all. We just went and saw what the current situation was. But I'm guessing that was the point of this in the first place.
Yeah. Short of getting them their visions back, it seems like there's no way to really help them. Ayaka, how come this time you get to come out and meet us in person?
Because now that you have done the three things I asked of you, I consider you to be my friends. As you will observe, I dispense with the screen for Toma also.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. But isn't Toma your, servant? Paimon's happy to help and all, but Paimon sure as heck did not sign up to be a servant.
Oh. Paimon, you are most entertaining. Toma is first and foremost my friend, and was so before he ever became my attendant.
Oh, okay then. Ayaka, you seem pretty different out in the open compared to how you are behind the screen. Alright, we can be friends.
Alright then.
Thank you both kindly. Back to the matter at hand. You have now witnessed the pain of those deprived of their visions. What are your feelings on what you have seen?
I hope that they can one day be free from their torment, or it seems to be a fate worse than death. Let's go with the first one. I hope they can one day be free from their torment.
Perhaps in the eyes of a deity such as the almighty Shogun, the lives of those who inhabit the world are inconsequential. Thunders roar, lightnings flash, the winds assault, and the rains descent. All these things take place with no regard for the feelings of the common people. But I believe that surely you understand what they must endure. It seems that perhaps now you can appreciate my feelings on all of this. In which case, perhaps you would be willing to reconsider your stance?
I guess I will help you fight in the Vision Hunt degree.
You will? Really?
But you must keep the promise you made to me.
Naturally.
Alright, bravo, my lady. You were right all along.
See? I told you she wouldn't reject them. I'd placed my trust in the right person after all. Now then, given that the remainder of our discussion pertains to matters of a more confidential nature, perhaps we could move to the Komori Tea House? We ought not to involve other members of the Yashiro Commission.
I take you once again to the tea house.
Well, here we are again.
Please continue without me. I'll keep watch.
So, what's the deal with this place anyway? What makes it your favorite meeting spot?
This is land that was gifted to the Yashiro Commission by the Shogun. The Kamisato clan has the exclusive right to plan, build, and repair any property on this land, and even to allow or deny access. Such privileges exist due to the Yashiro Commission's role in managing ceremonial affairs. Oftentimes, it is not appropriate to discuss details in front of bystanders.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Gotta keep a bit of mystery, right?
Once the number of ceremonial affairs conducted in the city began to decline, our forebears built a tea house here. Only members of the Yashiro Commission are permitted to come and go as they please.
Makes sense. Perfect place for a secret base.
In any case, we can talk freely here. I presume you have a few questions that you wish to ask me?
Probably. Let's see. What kind of god is the Raiden Shogun?
The almighty Shogun. I've seen her on but only a few occasions, most of them formal ceremonies. She inspires awe, commands respect, and exudes a sense of absolute authority. But as I recall, there was something else about her that struck me even more deeply. It was her almost complete lack of any emotion. In that sense, she appeared to me to be less of a ruler and more of, well, an executive official, I suppose. Focused exclusively on her single goal of implementing eternity, acting accordingly without feeling.
Is no one else fighting the Vision Hunt degree? And I'm sure there is.
The issue is this. For the vast majority of people, the Vision Hunt decree is something that has no implications whatsoever.
Yeah, it's true.
After all, it is but a tiny minority of people who receive visions. Moreover, it is not unknown for visions to spark jealousy in others.
Yes, but I mean, having said that, the effect that the vision wielders have among the population can be felt in both ways. Like in one of the examples of what we went to see is one of the vision wielders was a protector of the village. Without the vision, the person is not as strong as they used to be, and therefore more of the dangers could encroach upon the village, and that would be something that's more felt by the majority of the people on the island, is not the vision wielders' loss of their visions itself, but their ability to continue doing what they have done previously. I mean, this could go both ways too. Like, some of the vision wielders could be bad, and therefore having lost their vision could be a good thing. Like, we only met 3 of the 14 or so visions that have been taken, and granted, they were all, as far as the game is concerned, generic characters, I would have really liked to see that. It, I would have preferred if, since all current vision wielders have a unique look to them, I would have preferred that if the three that I had gone to see also had a unique look and not just being a generic copy of several village people I've seen before. I mean, some of their outfits, sure, that might have been unique, like the swordsman. Um, but yeah, I think that this would overall affect more of the population on the island than just the few people who have visions, and or not only the people that have visions, but the ones that have lost their visions.
Because of this, the attitude of most people towards the Vision Hunt decree is one of indifference.
How can they be like that? Paimon's getting mad.
Nevertheless, in addition to us, there is also the resistance on Watatsumi Island.
Resistance? You mean like an army fighting against the decree?
Yes. Many who have lost or fear losing their visions have rallied together under Sangonomiya on Watatsumi Island to form a resistance group. To say a little more about Sangonomiya, historically, there has always been some conflict between them and the shogunate of Narukami Island due to their different belief systems. But I do wonder whether there may be some other agenda behind their resistance movement, beyond merely fighting the Vision Hunt decree.
Have you raised a formal objection to the Vision Hunt decree?
Of course. We have tried on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, each time a proposal to repeal the decree arrives at Tenshukaku, it is promptly vetoed by both the Tenryou Commission and the Kanjo Commission, and subsequently scrapped. They invariably adopt a stance of unconditional support for the Shogun's decisions. They have no interest in discussing anything. It almost makes one wonder whether they had a hand in the Shogun's sudden decision to issue the Vision Hunt decree.
I have no further questions.
Ooh, Paimon has a question though.
Oh? What would you like to know, Paimon?
Have you got a plan yet to fight the Vision Hunt decree?
To be honest, we do not.
What?
Please, do not forget that challenging the Vision Hunt decree is tantamount to challenging a deity. Coming to terms with that is already a difficult step to take.
Not to mention, you would risk losing your own vision in the case of the people that do have visions.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, for the moment, all we can do is try and reduce the harm that is being caused by this decree. For example, by providing vision bearers with safe refuge, or manufacturing counterfeit visions for them as a contingency measure.
You're telling Paimon that there are people out there who can make fake visions?
Don't underestimate the talents of the craftspeople in Hanamizaka. To the naked eye, their counterfeits are indistinguishable from the genuine article.
Must have been where Venti went, or I kind of want one too. I mean, I don't think I'd say I kind of want one too, because I have no use for one. I had one in my hand just, before sailing over here, and it did nothing for me. So I don't think that would be the right answer. I've already tried the kind of want one, and it doesn't seem to have worked out. So I'm going to go with must have been where Venti went, although I don't recall what that is referring to.
The problem we are facing right now is that Master Masakatsu, who was providing us with counterfeit visions, has recently been arrested by the Tenryou Commission.
Darn! So they found out about it? Ugh.
Yes. We knew it was not a long-term solution, and that it was only a matter of time before it would be exposed. But we cannot simply abandon Master Masakatsu.
He has saved many others, and it is only right that he should be saved too. Sure, let's go with that.
Exactly. I feel the same way.
But given mine and Toma's identities as part of the Yashiro Commission, breaking him out of prison would risk dragging down the reputation of the entire Kamisato clan should we be caught. That would only serve to cast suspicion on any future activity we might seek to attempt.
So you're offloading that job to me, huh? I mean, it makes sense. Like, I technically don't have any relation to any of the three on the islands here, and in my case, anything that expedites my meeting up with the Raiden Shogun would be beneficial to me.
By no means do we intend to place the burden of such a task on your shoulders alone. When you are ready, go to Hanamizaka and look for a fireworks shop run by the Naganohara family. There, you will find someone who can help you.
Alright. Wow, this quest is going for a while. It is of note, of course, that apparently this Ayaka, or Kamisato Ayaka, is the character that I'm saving up to roll for. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Now, how do I get out of here? This way, I guess. Ah, yes, there's the dog at the door. Now, where am I heading? Just to the bottom of the hill, it looks like. What do you have to say, Toma?
Hey, all finished? I've been keeping watch, and I'm happy to report that everything is fine and dandy.
Good to know. Alright, over here. I know I could stop right here and whatnot, but I want to... I tried to get to a finishing point in the chapters, so
just hand it over. You don't want any trouble with me.
I'll try to continue till we get to the end of this mission.
If you think your elemental powers are enough to resist the Vision Hunt decree, then you'd better think again. Believe me, you're not the first of your kind we've encountered, and we've seen the same unpleasant outcome time after time. You'd best save yourself the trouble.
Can't you make an exception? I just got this vision. I won't even use it, I promise.
So this is the Vision Hunt decree in action, huh? We can't just sit around and watch things unfold, can we?
Now let's move.
Psst! Hey, wait!
Who's this?
Huh? There's someone trying to get our attention. Come on, this way. What's going on? Can't you see we need to go help?
Shh, quiet. Just sit tight and watch for a moment.
Hey, this isn't right, you know. Just because you don't have a vision doesn't mean you can sit back and watch others in trouble.
Who says she doesn't have a vision?
Huh? Hey, wait! You do have a vision!
Shh! If you don't keep your voice down, I won't have one much longer.
That's true.
All right. Here, take it.
Wise choice. All right, let's go.
What should we do now? He's already given up his vision. Doesn't he know what could happen to him after losing it? This is your fault. You're the one who stopped us from interfering.
Many thanks, Miss Yoimiya. If you hadn't swapped me a fake just now, I'm sure I would have lost it.
No worries. You put on quite the convincing performance.
So the vision they took was fake?
Oh, so that's what's going on here. And to think Paimon was about to unleash Paimonial wrath on Miss Yoimiya. Sorry about that.
Think nothing of it. I could tell from your reaction we were on the same side. You just didn't know it, you know? Oh, right. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yoimiya, the current owner of Naganohara Fireworks. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Great to meet ya.
Practically everyone on Hanamizaka knows Yoimiya. She's the queen of the summer festival. Without her and her fireworks, summer on Narukami Island just wouldn't be the same.
Whoa, that's quite the introduction. Paimon loves fireworks. It's nice to meet you.
Stop it, Hanjiro. You'll embarrass me. As for thanking me, you'd be better off thanking Master Masakatsu. He's the one that gave me the fake visions in the first place. His handiwork allowed me to keep my own vision. Whew, I can't even imagine trying to run the business without it.
Yes, Master Masakatsu is a good man. It's too bad good people seldom get the recognition they deserve.
Master Matsukatsu?
Huh? Do you guys know him too?
Miss Kamisato mentioned his name, or we're just on our way to rescue him. Miss Kamisato mentioned his name.
You don't say! Then it sounds like the Shirasagi Himegimi has a plan. Awesome! I've been thinking about breaking him out too recently. But if I just marched straight in there by myself, I'd probably get Miss Kamisato in a whole heap of trouble. So, what about if I join you instead?
That works for me.
Welcome to the team. Ayaka told us to go look for help at a fireworks shop. She must have meant you.
Seems like I finally got a new job to do. Besides hiding vision bearers in my shop, that is. So, Master Masakatsu is being held at the police station. I've already surveyed the area and found a way in.
Whoa, talk about a reliable source. Seems we've got the right person on our team.
Not bad, huh? Let's go as soon as everyone's ready. Don't worry, Master Masakatsu. We're on our way.
Time to break him out.
We really are continuing on with this. Okay. Well, I've still got time. My voice is still hanging in there for the moment. It's reasons like this that I try not to get too distracted, because I know that the main quests themselves are going to take quite a bit of time to do. So, here we are. Okay, don't mind us, we're just, circling to the back of the police station. Into the secret entrance, it looks like. Oh, it's a dungeon, actually. Fire and ice. Well, I've got fire, I don't have ice. Temporary detaining criminals, as well as heavily guarded mechanisms to prevent criminals from escaping. If there's mechanisms, should probably... Well, no. I'll go in there, and if I need to get ice to activate things, then I'll come back out and redo it. Hopefully I don't have to do that, though.
Now that we're inside, this place is a whole lot creepier than Paimon imagined.
Come on, this way. As long as we stay quiet, we've got a good chance. I certainly wouldn't want to end up locked away in here. Let's find Master Masakatsu and get out of here. We should split up. I've got a little present to prepare for Master Masakatsu. I'll be right back.
You sure? Alright then. Just be careful not to get caught.
Yes, you too.
Alright, in we go. Looks like we're fighting our way in. Okay. Yep, come on. What happens if you get knocked off the edge? Okay, you fall forever.
Withdraw.
Try to remember that to make things a little easier.
Talk about a big door! It seems we need to collect something shaped like Magatama in order to open it.
Alright, keep an eye out for basins. Oh.
Show me what you've got!
Nope. You're not like the others. You don't get knocked back like the others do, so...
Nice and spicy!
I need to train harder.
Oh, and you're stuck inside.
I must withdraw.
Alright, this way. Apparently there's one still outside. There you are. I don't know what that was. Oh, too soon. Not sure what was over here, though. Is that supposed to be just a trap of some sort?
Let's dance!
Ah, elevator. On the other side.
Battle formation!
Yeah?
This wall looks a bit odd. Maybe there's some special trick to it.
Booba, get them!
I've lost.
Alright. And move the wall.
These guys seem a lot tougher than usual. Paimon wonders if that armor over there has anything to do with the source of their strength.
It could be, but they're affected by lightning, so it
Withdraw.
just makes them easier to fight. Guess we shut that down.
Who goes there?
Brace yourself.
Soldiers, quick!
Show me what you've got.
Into the fire! Eat
Power that ended life gun!
I've been bested. Allow me to strike first.
Sorry,
Show
I
me what you've got.
fumbled my buttons a bit there. Couldn't quite get things taken care of right away.
I need to train harder.
Come on! We can do it!
Alright. Continuing on. What's over here? Anything? Kind of seems like might be wanting to go this way. I guess it was just for treasure. Can I make it across? Nope.
Doesn't that Magatama shape look pretty similar to the grooves on the door over there?
Probably. Let's pick it up. Don't particularly want to... Oh, yep. That just does damage. Nope. Climb up. Looks like we're working our way back around. Could I have gotten through this? I guess not. Oh, don't leave open fires around for me to fight with. Oh, he closed the door. Okay. Oops. Alright. I was waiting for these guys to do stuff, but...
Not bad. Nice and spicy.
I dare you! Don't hold back!
Gooba, get
Clear! Cut!
I must withdraw.
Watch us!
Race you! Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Oops.
I need to train harder.
Haven't really fought these guys too much, so... the way they work is still a little new to me. I mean, but also, I'm sure that armor makes them stronger, but it also gives them an element for me to work off of. So, in a sense, it makes the fights a little easier. What's over here? See, now you're just giving me places to explore. Up. Down you go. Actually, I should look down there and see if... Yeah, don't want to go that way. Nope, not far back enough. Or is that the way I'm supposed to go? Maybe that is supposed to be where I'm going. Because this is a dead end. Alright, so I guess this is where we're supposed to go. And he's back, so he didn't actually... Oh, well. Now you've gone and got yourself stuck on the other side. I guess we'll just earn some more of those elemental thingies. Alright, so down we go. Think I might have missed something right there. Oh well. Three is usually the magic number.
Gooba, get them!
Alright, off the side you go. Yeah? Ah, open door. missing something? Yes. Yes, I was. I see it is the sliding wall puzzles. Teachings of Elf, where did I get that from? Is that in the treasure, I guess?
Shh! Quick! Hide! Look over there. That must be Master Masakatsu.
Did you really think that little trick of yours could fool us?
Locking you up was just the beginning.
No!
Oh no! Those Tenryo Commission brutes are torturing him!
If we don't come up with a way to break him out fast, then... Huh? Yoimiya, when did you get back here?
We need to ensure we have a means of escape.
I can't bear to watch. If anything happens to Master Masakatsu, our whole plan will have been for nothing.
Hey, you there! What are you doing?
Ma'am.
We were just teaching him a little lesson, that's all.
Huh? Who's that?
That's Kojo Sara, adopted daughter of the Kujo clan of the Tenryo Commission. She's also a general in the Shogun's army. What's she doing here?
She's also enforcing the Vision Hunt decree.
Make way. Let me have a look at him. I'm sure you're well aware that torture is strictly against military regulations.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are unashamed of such disgraceful action, then you are also unworthy of the Tenryo Commission itself. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again.
Paimon sure wouldn't want to get on her bad side.
Hey, this is our chance. Let's move while they aren't watching Master Masakatsu.
Yoimiya, are you sure now's the right time?
Who is that? Quick, go and investigate.
Yes, ma'am.
They're coming! Quick, hide!
Really is nowhere for us to go.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
They'll find us for sure if we don't do something.
Don't worry, I've got us covered. Time for my little present.
Fireworks!
Huh? Was that an explosion?
It sounded like fireworks.
Quick, let's hurry!
Which is an explosion.
The fireworks were enough to distract them. Maybe more than enough.
Fireworks aren't just for festivals, you know.
Nice work.
I was particularly proud of this batch. I decided to.
Whoa!
Yoimiya, this is turning into a bit of a fireworks display.
Well, fireworks are my craft after all. Every batch has to be spectacular.
I'm beginning to think this wasn't only intended as a distraction.
Look, the coast is clear. Now's our chance.
Alright, there we go. Guessing this is where we're supposed to go to get out of here? Is there another way out over here? I don't really see a way out over here, so do this. Looks like we're supposed to go up the stairs afterwards.
Yoimiya, is that you?
Master Masakatsu! Sorry we took so long. Oh, those awful guards.
Come on! We've got no time to lose! They could be back any minute!
Or they haven't left. You were over there watching us this whole time, weren't you? Of course she was.
Yes. Leave. before I let my judgment get the better of me. He's in serious condition. Be sure he gets immediate medical attention. But remember, once he's recovered, it won't be long until I bring him right back.
Well... You can bet we'll do all we can to keep that from happening.
Thank you, and we will protect Master Masakatsu.
Leave this place.
Is this the room that we were just in? This is back out front again. Hold on. If you're letting me go back in here, I'm gonna see. Oh. I see. That's where we came down. I must have just gotten confused, that's all.
We're finally out of that creepy place.
Yes. Finally, I've made it out of there.
Master Masakatsu, how do you feel? Can you hold on?
Don't worry. I think I can make it to the infirmary without keeling over.
Thank you. All of you. I'll take him to get treated. I'll treat you to a round of drinks once this is all over.
Don't worry about us. Just take care of Master Masakatsu. Good thing we were able to rescue him.
Luck was on our side this time. Or all thanks to that. I think it was all thanks to that person.
Right, Kujosara. Do you think she was making up for how the guards were treating him?
I think that's part of it.
It seems as though there are some okay people among the ranks of the Tenryou Commission. Though Paimon would never agree with their actions in the Vision Hunt Decree, of course. How about we go tell Ayaka and the others the good news?
Yep. And back over here. Isn't really well, I guess this works. This is closer. Not much closer, but still. Back to the tea house.
I see. So Kujo-Sara stayed her hand. It would appear she still has some honor to her. I wonder if we should try establishing contact with her. Perhaps we could coax out some information.
Unlikely. Don't forget, Kujo-Sara is also carrying out the Vision Hunt Decree. She obeys the orders of the Raiden Shogun without question. In her eyes, Master Masakatsu is of no threat to the decree. This is why she was so willing to allow his escape. If our true motives were ever divulged, she would act against us without a second thought.
True. Though if you ask me, Master Masakatsu's release is an unexpected blessing. We are now one step closer to victory. And we couldn't have done it without Yoimiya and the Traveler. You're turning out to be even more reliable than we expected.
Thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
Indeed. Things may have turned out very differently this time without the help of the Traveler. But if we wish to mount any sizable resistance against the Vision Hunt Decree, there is still much to be done. It is time we make ready our next set of plans.
There's no need to rush, my lady. Things seem to have taken a turn for the better, at least. Not only have we rescued Master Masakatsu, but our list of allies appears to be growing. Yes, which reminds me. The Tenryou Commission seems to be making preparations for a celebration. They call it a ceremony of sorts. And the number of samurai out enforcing the Vision Hunt decree seems to be waning. The days ahead may be more peaceful than usual.
A ceremony, you say? Why would such a task be left to the Tenryo Commission?
I don't know, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with us. Anyway, with the Tenryo Commission busy with preparations, we should have a little more breathing room than usual.
You do present a good point. Being in a constant state of alert will only tire us further. Perhaps a period of rest is in order. Toma, what would you suggest?
I'd say a celebratory feast is in order. Might I suggest an evening of hot pot together? Funny enough, I learned a new hot pot game recently. I'm sure you'll find it quite amusing.
A hot pot game? What's that? Well, as long as it has to do with eating.
Simply put, every person prepares an ingredient to add to the hot pot. Once the meal begins, we add all the ingredients together.
That could backfire easily.
Then we take it in turns to close our eyes, pick an ingredient out of the pot, taste it, and guess whose ingredient it was. Anyone who guesses correctly can go again, and whoever finishes the meal with the most points is declared the winner. Tradition even has it that the winner receives blessings from the god of Hot Pot. Don't you think it sounds like fun? I've been wanting to give it a try. In fact, I've already got my ingredients prepared.
You really do want to play, huh? Well, sounds like we've got our work cut out for us. Time to gather some ingredients. But what should we choose?
I think let's stick to the classics.
Let's see what we've got here. Fresh fish fillets, shrimp, bamboo shoots. Nice! You can't go wrong with these. Paimon can't wait.
Everyone enjoys
Paimon
something.
never thought we'd be the only ones to actually put anything edible into the pot. Don't go wasting the rest now. This was possibly the scariest looking hot pot Paimon's ever seen. Fortunately, Toma ended up eating all the weird stuff.
He probably ate what he wanted.
Yeah, you can say that again. But hey, at least I got the most points. Oh, wait a moment. That doesn't feel good.
I'm afraid it's your own fault for adding all those strange ingredients, Toma. The soup flavor wasn't quite the same afterwards. Even with a traveler's normal ingredients, I still couldn't guess any of them correctly.
But weren't you the one who added those little cakes, Ayaka? I think the traveler ended up eating one. Boiling cakes in hot pot? Ugh. Think of the texture.
I must apologize. To be perfectly honest, I thought the cakes would be a tasty addition.
Uh-oh. I'm definitely not okay. I need to lie down.
And after a while,
I feel like a new man.
You know, Toma, all you had to do was guess wrong on purpose and it would have been someone else's turn. Talk about being competitive.
I don't look like I have a happy face.
Guess I've been feeling unlucky recently and wanted the God of Hot Pot's blessing. Perhaps I did get a little carried away. Still, I couldn't be beaten at my own game first time around. I think my luck has already taken a turn for the better. I can sense it. So without further ado, I hereby declare that the winner of today's Hot Pot Challenge is me.
Oh, brother.
Congratulations.
Good effort, team. Another important job taken care of. Next on the agenda, some well-earned rest and relaxation.
Yes. If the Tenryo Commission truly is as busy with preparations as Toma claims, then some rest would be a welcome change of pace. And with the extra time, there are some other matters I wish to attend to.
Let's all take some much-needed time off. After a few days' rest, we'll reconvene at the Komori Tea House and discuss our next operation. Downtime is hard to come by these days, so be sure to make the most of it. I'll tidy things up here and start thinking about our ingredients for our next round.
There's gonna be a sequel?
Sure, why not? We should play again now that everyone knows the rules. I'll see you all later.
Now that everyone knows the rules, and maybe now that everyone's learned their lesson.
Bye, Toma! Seems we won't need to be visiting the Komori Tea House for a while. Why don't we go explore some other places?
An excellent idea. All right. So that's the end of a very long quest. uh, I don't know if that was longer than any of the others that I've done, but it certainly took a while. Uh, However, I think I'm about to call it there. Uh, as I mentioned before, I am really enjoying the story. Uh, from the sounds of it, it's probably going to be. I think there's going to be some topics in the story coming up that might not necessarily be good ones, but you know, those of you that feel like watching it, feel free to watch. If you don't want to watch it, then don't. I mean, uh, I put these videos up on YouTube, so you know, if you don't catch me live, you can always watch them there and skip around and watch the parts that you like the most. Um, but as for today, as I mentioned, I think I'm gonna call it here. Tomorrow, I will be playing Vampire Survivors. Probably not nearly as long as I've been going today. It's been almost 5 hours today, and my throat is getting a little bit sore. So maybe 2 to 3 hours tomorrow. Uh, and then Thursday, I will be back to Genshin Impact again. As for that, though, um, like I said, feel free to watch what you want, skip what you don't, and I guess I'll see y'all later. Have a good night.